Oh, how we doing over here? We doing okay? We got the thing we're going to finish today from yesterday. I don't know why I'm talking like this already. Usually I don't get this way till like 5-6 hours in, but we're about to kick this thing off. We had a particularly crazy song yesterday that a lot of guitars. That's like, if I had to describe it in some way, I'd be like, there's plenty of guitars in the song, that's for sure. Not the most I've seen, but lots of guitars. All single mic'd, so that was a little unusual. Like just one mic in front of the cabinet. They don't sound bad. They sound interesting, right? And bass, that's it. Just 3 tracks of bass and a bunch of drums. Drums recorded in a very big room. So lots of space around the drums. And a couple, like a handful of vocals, like 3 or 4. Some songs, for whatever reason, are harder to mix than others, or they take longer, or they're just like, sometimes it's, you got to wrap your head around what's going on in the song and how to get the most out of it. So you wind up like trying a bunch of different things in order to achieve that. And sometimes the more, like you have to experiment more. It's really the best way to look at it. So what I want to do real quick, I'm going to play the song where we left off yesterday and kind of try to assess it with fresh ears, because I've only listened to it like one time when I just like did a quick review of the stream. I just like played the end and I got a sense of what it sounded like, and that was yesterday. But with fresh ears, I really haven't listened to it, and I want to. It's like important to get a new sense of where you're at today when you start rocking and rolling. So let us jump in. Let us jump in here. I'm gonna hit play. Start from the beginning. It's a good place to start.
Chance with you, I should have known then I could never be your friend. I should have known then I'd never get another dance with you. I should have known then I'd never get another chance to dance with you.
I have died and I'm going to hell. I have
you were gonna try to fuck me over again. I should've known then that I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell.
Okay, so we basically have a half decent starting point, and that's where we are going to rock and roll with some automation, mainly some flavor stuff, and potentially a little bit of tweaking here and there. You know, there's a couple things, like as I listen to that I might want to adjust, like maybe the solo in the end thing, that guitar that starts poking out can come down a little bit, but I kind of like how it draws my attention to it, at least. It doesn't get totally buried, but it does feel a little loud, a little bit, like that kind of thing. So it's just, that first listen is pretty telling for me. Filters on the guitars, especially on like the low end. I may wind up rolling off some low end of guitars in certain places to kind of make more room in the middle, just a little bit in the low mids, to be able to sort of lower the bass a little bit and then still hear it super clear, because the bass sounds a little bit on the loud side too to me. But I like loud bass. That's just something I like. So it's really it's always a compromise for me of like, what's the, what's too much bass, and then how can I lower it by just enough to make it work, but still have that bass super loud and in my face, because I do like a lot of bass. It's just, I'm partial to the sound of a lot of low end and everything I listen to, I think. And I think a lot of people can be like that too. It's kind of okay to like a lot of low end. You just have to figure out where that cliff is and not fall off it. So sometimes, it's a question of finding the edge and then backing it off just a bit where you're safe if the wind blows, kind of thing. So let's run through some of the things I might want to do at first. Also, the automation moves are going to make things feel a little bit different once I start giving this a little life. So let's go in first to that guitar solo. It's kind of the easiest thing to adjust first. See, it's panning. It's being moved from left to right. So I have a feeling that a part of that is making it where at certain points it'll be louder than others. It'll stick out a little more on the left maybe than on the right, and as it's moving through the middle is where it disappears the most. But it's sort of the right volume when that happens. Like, I like this thing coming and going. That solo is not like you don't need to hear every note of it. It's more like a one note solo kind of a deal, where it's more for the vibe than it is for picking apart every single detail within it. So I think when we go through, it's like in my head, it's like, what would be the easiest thing to start messing with? Maybe cleaning up the middle, maybe adding a little bit of flavor on this lead vocal thing in certain places, like the verses. Let's attack a verse. That's usually a good place to start. Let's attack from the verse. Duplicate the track for me so that all the routing is the same. And then I'm going to take off a bunch of the stuff that's on it and just put something. This is becoming a flavor track. That's why I duplicate it. So this becomes a flavor track. I'll change the color so I don't get confused. I'm going to put on here something like Butch Vig. GDP, I just noticed that, dude. Did you, That's so funny. Did you throw a super chat in there to, what is that? 320 yen? What is that? What is that symbol? GDP, by the way, GDP Japan is now become GDP Madrid, I think, at the moment. He's GDP Madrid right now. And constantly moving in the air, which is amazing. And yet still has time to come through and rock stuff. So, definitely want to welcome anyone who's checking this out for the first time, or maybe it's you've been here before. Feel free to throw anything in the chat, questions about anything I'm doing, or literally anything about audio. As long as it's audio in some way, shape, or form, we'll make it happen. Now, we're doing a flavor thing right now. Sometimes tracks don't need a ton of this, and this is one of them that's already a pretty dense track. There's a lot of things happening, so I'm not necessarily going to go in and do a ton to anything at all. But when I create these flavor tracks, this is a duplicate of the lead. This is the lead vocal, and I'm going to delete everything that's on it so that I can just come in and basically create a place to dump things to then process in some crazy way. Like, for example, this is the beginning of the song. This is the first lyric.
I should've known them.
Now, there's some nice space there. I'm not sure we need to clutter it with something, but
Never get another chance with you. I should've known them.
and we're gonna be giving this a little life with automation as well, because what I notice is when all the vocals are singing, you can hear things clearly. So my goal is to try to pick up on whatever's going on, like everything. Between this space, there's a guitar riff. So if I were to grab this, for example, and put a little bit of a delay or something on it, it's going to now step on the guitar riff, which it could be okay if it's subtle enough, but usually I'm thinking about the entire structure of what's going on underneath what I'm doing, because it's the only thing that will inform your decisions. Otherwise you just wind up doing the same thing on every song, and then some will work and some won't, and you'll be like, why didn't it work? Well, it's because of the relationship to everything else going on. So right now, if you notice, I just copied it onto a new track. I'm not in grid mode so that I can place it wherever I want for feel, and then I hit it with the little plate. So it's the same lyric, but because it's now super affected with this little plate, we can make it super low, and it'll just add a bit of a tail. Now, I don't just use little plate for this. Now that we have one of these tracks, I'll do another one. So I have flavor 2. So we really got flavor 1 and flavor 2, right? You could use, instead of doing that, copy the word, throw it down, hold shift when you open stuff so you can open a couple things at once. And, Echo Boy, Crystallizer, Galaxy Tape Echo, like literally pick your poison of whatever it is that's trippy enough for you. And you process it in real time. So you come in here, when you use Audio Suite, that's the benefit, is you can control every part of it because it prints the effect. Without printing the effect, you wouldn't have as much control. The other thing is, you see how it only did a little bit of it? You want to grab extra space when you do this to give the effect somewhere to go. All right, so I'm going to mute this one and see how this thing sounds by itself with just the crystallizer.
Never get another.
All right, now the other thing you can't forget is the pan. So if anybody's caught my live streams before, they know that this thing, like, it's either Pan Man for me, or if I don't want Pan Man, if you have a mono track, you can use Auto Pan. Auto Pan is the old school go-to, comes with Pro Tools, and just gets the job done. You could also draw the panning in, but I find that this takes over most of the time. This will do just fine because I like the unpredictability of it. So having this thing kind of be slightly different on one print of the mix than the other, or each pass, is kind of nice. I like that. You're always kind of trying to it's not about does it sound better on the right for that moment or on the left. Like, you just want it moving. You want it to not be static.
Never get another chance with you.
So you see what I'm saying? By doing that, by rendering it through Audio Suite, you've created a way different way to go about stuff than throwing plugins on here, because the plugins you cannot control as well unless you basically go into the automation menus of the plugins. So in other words, like for Butch Vig, if I come in here and I have to click this and then I throw elements, this is all the elements within the plugin. You throw it over here. That allows you to automate stuff, but you have to go into this menu, go down to the Butch Vig thing, then find the whatever parameter. Then it's so ridiculous. Who's going to do that? I'm saying it's annoying, all right? That's the point. There's 100 million ways to do everything when we're doing this. But that way, in my opinion, is so much worse if you have to go through all those menus and, if you have to get down in here to start automating stuff, it's way more annoying than doing this. This is creative. This is, we try it, see if it works. And if it doesn't, we move on. It's so much more creative and quick. It's faster too. You come in here. Now, this is, the beauty is you don't use the same effect on every part. If you had a plugin up there, it would be set one way. That's another terrible thing about what we're talking about. You might want to have it set 6 different ways. So that was the crystallizer that was up before. Maybe we want Echo Boy Jr. for this one. And I'm holding shift so that they all open. And it might start to get a little like, a messy room. You got to clean your room type thing, but it's okay. You clean your room when it's time to clean your room. But when you're making this creative stuff, it is what it is. Now we got this thing here because I just processed that. Now, a lot of times it's not enough to just use this. You got to also hit it with some sort of verb or something to soften it in some way. It just takes this delay that sounds very kind of, picture a delay is just a repeat of the thing before it. That's all it is usually. You got to soften it with some verb or something to like set it back in the horizon line. It's a picture. It's a painting we're doing here.
Should've known that.
So you hear that, like, and then you're bobbing and weaving to make it work. Like, I didn't want the no, I just want the then or something, right? So I take off the front of it, and I undid the little plate before I did that. Now I'm gonna hit it with the little plate. Let's see what happens.
Should've known that.
Now it sounds like this weird background tail thing. Maybe not ideal. So you hit undo twice. Undo is your best friend. Command Z, the go-to thing that you need is Command Z in your life at all times when you're doing stuff like this, because you find what works. Maybe that's cool. Maybe it needs a lot more of a filter. Let's see where we're at now. Maybe we just want the then, so we're just going to take off the front of it. It's okay. Now, like, in your head, you'll hear something you want, and if you achieve it, great. It might sound better than you were picturing. It might sound worse. And if it sounds worse, you do it again. That's the thing. This is not a quick process, but it's such a cool process. And sometimes, if you find yourself doing it like 6 times and it doesn't work, it's probably not needed to be there. Then you move to some other place. So in other words, I don't do this like all day to force it in. I just do it long enough to find something I like. I do it just to find something I like, and if I can't find something I like, then odds are it's the wrong place for it. If I can't find something I like. And don't do by not doing the same effect every time, you're making it so much more interesting than if you did do the same effect. So that's the reason I move this around, and I'll change the timing, dotted 16th, dotted 8th, whatever, pick different numbers every time. Also set it to time and just manipulate it so it's slightly off of whatever the gridded beat would be. Don't get locked into those grids. It's the most important thing when you're doing this stuff is like abandon everything you thought you knew about how to do a delay and realize that when people were using analog gear to accomplish similar things in terms of flavor, they were playing the gear. They would like sweep it till it hit the right, what they thought was going to sound good. And they didn't have a thing that told them, what a quarter note or a dot, like it wasn't connected to the DAW. It's analog. So they're sitting there dialing it in by hand. They're figuring it out. That's what I'm saying. There's a way that sounds cool because depending on where you place it, will depend on whether a rushed repeat sounds good or a slightly laid back delayed repeat sounds good. When I say delay, I mean one that's slightly behind the beat. And that's just about the time you set. That's really what's going to determine that. So, don't be afraid to switch to time and then dial this thing in by hand. Like, you got to start being fearless with that kind of thing.
I could never be your friend. I should have known then. I'd never get another day.
Now, that was not intentional where I placed it pretty late, like a call and response thing, but it worked.
I'd never get another dance.
I don't hate it. It's all, and then you lower the clip gain to make it sit where you want volume-wise. You don't need to go to the volume. You want the volume of those tracks to stay somewhere fixed, so that you're getting it to sound good one line at a time, and each one is dialed in this way. Then when you send these to automation later, like when we're about to automate vocals, bass, guitar, drums, when we do all that, this will have its own fader lane called flavor. And if things sound in general, once you make other adjustments, if you can't hear it, you can bring up the flavor. If it's way too loud, you bring it down. A lot of times what will happen, you'll dial this in, then later you'll realize it was too loud. It was a couple dB too loud. So that's a common thing too, is like when you're focused on it, it sounds the right volume. Then when you try to like zoom out, focus on the mix, you'll have to just bring the whole fader track, like for flavor, down 2 dB or something. It's not an uncommon thing.
Never be your friend. I should have known then. I'd never get enough.
And I don't want it super heard, so I don't mind that.
I'd never get another dance with you. I should have known then. Known then.
And maybe this one will try the front of the line. I should have known.
So with you.
I should have.
Should have known that. Should have known that.
Just whatever this is. Let's just give that a shot. Whatever part of the line this is. And we'll hit it with something else. Now, this, you could go and just literally flip through the presets. It's just some of these are my favorites. So I go back to favorites a lot. Like the half note is kind of cool.
Should have known. Should have known. Should have known. Should have known.
Little plate after that will soften it.
I should have known that. I never get enough.
And if it sounds muddy or weird, then it ain't right. You're not always going to guess right, but you might guess right 50-70% of the time. 50-70. You ever heard that number? No, but it's a number. 50 to 70% of the time. You might guess right.
I should have known that. I never get another.
And if it, like right in here, it's almost like the then and then this thing is the should have known is kind of over it. So it might not be ideal. So you really just got to keep an open perspective as you're going and be like, no, it's not what I want. That is what I want. Not what I want. That is what I want. And there's no, you could do this with distortion, with chorus modulation, like, any sort of, any plugins you like, you could do this with. Flanger, like you pick. Pitch shift. I've done it with everything.
I never get another chance to dance with you. I should have known that. I never get another chance to dance with you.
All right, now we're in a chorus here. Or pre-chorus. Also, when you have like a line like chance to dance with ya, that's chance to dance with, like chance stance. You know, what am I? It's the S's, right? So an interesting way to deal with this, which I think beats every de-esser, might as well just talk about it while it's here. Go to every vocal you have in the track. We're going to hand de-ess them, but we're going to hand de-ess them in a group. So we're going to go all vocals, and we're going to set it to volume. And now I might pick the drawing tool. You know, like there's no one way to do this. The drawing tool is interesting because you could just kind of, you know, make it work like this by literally just wherever you find your S's. So like, let's listen.
I never get another chance to dance.
So like this looks like an S. Let's see. And now it does this on every track. So it'll help you this way because you won't have to like meticulously dial in a de-esser. The de-esser needs to just run most of the time and be okay. And once you have a mix that's kind of getting close to there, you probably are getting some sort of a sound from your de-esser also. If you took it off, it might be way too bright, the vocal now, but you might still have a problem on an S like this. That doesn't mean add a second de-esser, in my opinion. You could add 6 de-essers if you want, but what it does for me is let's just go in and tailor those little moments.
Chance to dance.
And if I missed my S, which I may have, let's find it. So there's 2. So where's the first one? Let's find where this S is. So I'm going to over notch it at first. Yeah, so it's definitely... You'll start to notice like what they look like too, because a lot of times they're going to look very similar. And this isn't an ideal thing to do simultaneously while you're doing the flavor. It's better to do one or the other, because once you're starting to do flavor stuff, plan on your whole screen being like have plugins open as if you had a bunch of, you know, synth patches and crazy effect chain stuff up ready to like, you know, make a bunch of weird flavor stuff. Once you've got that mindset, finish that. I just wanted to transition to this for anybody who might know how to do flavor stuff but wants to get something else out of this live stream. You know, maybe that is something you're not doing, like a hand de-essing. And if you don't like the pencil, which some people hate the pencil, and I don't blame you, sometimes the pencil is kind of annoying, you could come in and just grab, like I'm always on multi-tool. If you see the 3 jams up here, I like the multi-tool. The multi-tool is especially helpful because it allows you to keep selecting stuff without drawing. So when we come in here, so we totally, we found the S and we nailed it too hard. So now I just pull it back on each side, make a weird shape out of it. You know, like an upside down, what is it? Like, it's like a, what is that? Like a hexagon? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What is that? What shape is that? If this was a shape, what shape is that? That's so funny. So funny how you forget things that you knew your whole life. Just sometimes just happens. Just brain farts. Hexagon, obviously 6 sides. I was only looking at 1, 2, 3, 4 sides. So what is that? A tetragon? What is that? Is it just a freaking... Is it a rectangle on steroids? What were we looking at over there? It's an oddly shaped rectangle. No, it's not. What are we looking at over there? It's a half of a one. Now I'm going to be obsessed with this. 1, 2, 3. If there was a 4, 5, 6. Okay, if it was finished, if that shape was finished, it would be 6. Okay, all right, I'm back. It's a hexagon after all. Woohoo! Can you say OCD? Can you say it? Nope. Yeah, that might be okay. We're going to move on from this. Believe me when I tell you, hand de-essing is so much better than every de-esser that exists, and I've tried all of them. And when you overdo it, it's easy. Just back it off.
Dance with ya. Just to dance with ya. Never get another chance to dance with ya.
The other thing is it's really not as bad as I thought it was. It's just when you focus on anything, it gets worse. It becomes worse.
Another chance to dance with ya. Dance with. Dance with.
There's some D on here for dance.
Dance with. Dance with ya. Dance with ya. Never get another chance.
And the other option, if you didn't want to do it on all because it might sound too aggressive on all, you could do it on everything but the lead. Sometimes I'll do it on all and be like, let's test it by taking the group off, delete the lead stuff, and then it will sound way better because the lead is maintained clean, and then the S's that are doubles of that noise that sucks gets removed. So that's another way to go about it.
Never get another chance. I have died. Never get another chance.
Like right there, it sounds like a cymbal crash. The S's can sound like cymbal crashes.
Another chance. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died.
So let's finish out these S's. Each verse is different, so there's probably not many more.
I should have known then.
The should isn't as bad. Should's okay.
I should have known then. I'd be addicted to your poison. Should have known. I should have known. Should have known. I should have known then. I'd be addicted to your poison. I should have known then. When I could never ever get you ever out of my mind. I should have known then that I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours. I have died and I'm going to hell. I could never be yours. I have died and I'm going to hell. I could never be yours.
Let's find the perfect place to take this off the drums. This might be it. I don't know if we need the next hit, but let's just experiment and see if that works. Where's our all drums? Just gonna give it that hit too. Should be a kick. Yeah, see, we're getting a little bit of that kick in there. Just want that kick. This is now. Listen to before. This is before. You hear the whole band stop, but the drums don't stop with on the same beat. So now I'm giving it the kick. Let's give it the trigger too. All right, we're gonna mess with some filter action on. Like my first thought is, let's listen to what's here on the guitars, right? So we can just hear where things are stepping on each other a little. The filter at 90 is okay, but I actually want to see if I can get away with taking it up more. We're going to maybe do it on the SSL. Also, I'm not so sure it's that guitar that's bugging me, because that's the one down the center. These three, this is down the center, this is on the left, this is on the right. Okay? Or it's not, but it should be. Why is it not? Hold on a second here. Maybe this is what's bugging me. Hold on. This should be on the left, and it's not. Let's make it on the left. So now I pan them back to where they're supposed to be. They're being fed down here also to this super wide, and the super wide has a kind of like a weird chorusy thing going in addition to a widener. I'm not sure if it needs that. That could be something that's making it a little muddy for me. This is what it was before. It's kind of cool. I don't hate it. I also think it might not need that's the chorus sound, and it might not need maybe just the imager instead of the chorus sound from the Wolf comp. It was the General Stereo Wow is a really nice. It does make things feel super wide, but I'm not sure if it needs. All right, as an experiment, I'm going to take these straight to the mix bus instead of to this bus. It definitely goes outside the speakers when I send it to the wide bus, but I'm not sure if we need that. It sounds cleaner not going down to this, taking a little bit out. We're not adding anything with the Pro Q3, but it just still sort of sounds, I don't know, a little more put together when I don't do that. Like that extra width bugging out the stereo image a little bit. Yeah, it's making me feel uneasy, like I'm seasick. That weird, seasick feeling, which to me means an unfavorable stereo image situation. So I'm going to go back to 5060 print. And Alex Christoph, what's poppin', man? It's like we never left Indeed, my friend. It's like we didn't go to bed. I'm not sure we did. But we are into the nitty-gritty today. We're nitty-grittying so we can finish this thing up fairly quickly. And we're messing with cleaning up some stereo imagery a little bit. We removed these crazy guitars from the wide bus. We're also going to maybe deal with some filtering to kind of demudify, slight demudify. When I listen to this, I'm like, it would be nice if the bass kind of was more separated from the guitars. So even though low end on the guitars can be cool, I'm thinking it's almost like I have too much on them. Like this guitar, this middle guitar, the beef in the center was 47 hertz on the high pass filter. The one on the left was 92, and I'm just taking everything up a click on the 1081. So we're rolling off a lot of the low end on the sides of these guitars just to try to clear it up because we got beef down the center. I'm not sure if we need as much on the sides. I'm trying to demudify. I don't hate that result. Let's go to this Leslie thing. This is just high end on this guitar. Like there's a riff. It's just high. That's being sent here now. At least it's the only thing being sent there, so we can treat it differently than we were before by having multiple things sent there. Like not going to need this EQ on it. That's for sure. This was to control some of the mids that I just sort of, a little 200, a little 400, but I don't think we need it now with this. Let me, we may leave this going here, but for the moment, I just want to bring it back. Like sending it to here, and then the mix bus doesn't change anything if there's nothing on it, so I'll just leave that there for the moment. And I'm going to experiment with some EQ, like put a 1081 on it, or even the 4KB on this bus. Take that off. It's a little more gush. Okay, my thought process there is like that guitar had very little low end because it's a riff that's not doesn't have a lot there. So boosting a ton of it is just going to change the character of what we're hearing. It's not really going to, you know, do anything other than make it less pokey and annoying on top and just more warm because we're pulling up all the bottom that's not even there. But by the time it trickles down to something that is there, it's like just super, just like a huge shelf on the bottom, really. And once I back that down a little, it feels okay now too. It's just maybe a volume thing and a little compression. That's it.
Never get another chance to dance with you. Never get another chance. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died and I'm going to hell.
Also, right now, these are just a couple of the things I didn't love. Was like I added some compression to overheads, which I never do. I hate making the cymbals sound too weird to me. They start to hold that. They don't let go of the ring. They don't die out, and I don't like that. So I did it yesterday because I didn't want. I felt like pushing the volume up didn't help. But today I'm listening, and I'm like, I don't love. It's a combination of things I don't love. When you have like a part you don't necessarily love, like this really chunking on that hi-hat open, it makes it where now you can't do the same thing you might want to do. Like I want to make it louder, and I will. And I think the compression was like it was a good test. Is like, can I make this kind of like more controlled and less annoying? But it's actually doing the opposite. I think it's more annoying even though it's controlled. So I just want to make these from 22 dB. Let's go up a bit.
Try to fuck me over again. I should've known then that I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy and you.
All right, now while we let this play through a little, I'm going to jump over to these flavor track city. By the way, Alex, man, the GDP's in Madrid, man. He's over in Madrid, dude. The dude's all over the place. He's all over the place, man. Paris, Madrid. It's like a history lesson just talking to the guy. Like Alex wrote, liking the crack of that snare, chorus on guitar, and overall class. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. It's so, it's so funny, but sometimes when I try to get in the zone, I listen to like other, mixes of like my favorite bands through time and history. And it's so interesting how nowadays there's so much more low end in records. And a lot of my favorite records back in the day were the ones that had the most low end. Eric Valentine's mix of Third Eye Blind on their breakout album, the low end is so nice. I think it sounds amazing. By today's standards, I think it sounds amazing. And it's like, at the time, I feel like it had more low end than most records. Very consistent, warm, gushy. Sounds great. And when I listen to Purple STP, the low end is so nice on there. And a large portion of why that feels the way it does is because the guitars sit so much above it. And so when I was like listening to those, and then I put this on, I was like, you know what? I should clean up the mud a little bit on the guitars to achieve a little more clarity. So that's where I started with this. And while I listen to the rest, never just listen and do nothing. Like, I think passive listening is actually helpful. So if I were to do flavor stuff, I might pick up on something else I want to tweak. And that way I don't have to just listen and focus on, like, what is it that I need to do? Instead of doing that, I'm just going to do something, anything. And then while I'm doing anything, it'll come to me if there's something else I need to mess with. That's the logic anyway. What are you writing over here? I couldn't do the world travel thing. This is Alex Christoph's, right? I couldn't do the world travel thing after 3 days off vacation. I get a bit nutty being away from my gear. You're not the only one, man. There was a time where I didn't go a day without touching a guitar. There's another time I didn't go a day without touching the mouse for faders. Like, before I had a UC1 or UF8, the mouse was everything for me, just like, a lot of people. It's like here's where everyone who works on analog gear solely has such a different look at what we do. It's like, it's a very different feeling grabbing stuff. It's just so different. So when you have to rely on like clicking a mouse all the time, it's like some people do that for like a day job. Some people clicking the mouse to twist knobs. And taking my hand off the mouse, even for like an hour or two per mix, was huge for me, especially on like just having an SSL channel strip on everything. I used to only use that because I was so amped up about that. And I'm it's the more stuff, I feel like time goes by, I keep switching because I like new. I'm just like everyone else, where like you want a new pair of freaking sneakers every once in a while. You want a new pair of, a new jacket. Like you just want. So I'm sitting there always with the 4KB thinking I gotta start using the Neve 1081 because I love the roundness of it. Oh, that's so cool. And then I use that forever. And then it's like, I went through these phases of each piece of every kind of different, doing a mix with only API stuff, so that's why it's like I love doing that. I love picking something and like forcing myself to use that on everything. I love that. But yeah, I'm with you on can't travel the world. Like, some people are better travelers than others. I forget the comment, but somebody said, he's like, on one of Mark Daniel Nelson's videos, they're like, does anybody else feel like Mark Daniel Nelson would be the perfect person to take a road trip with? Something like that. I remember being like, I understand your sentiment with thinking that, some people are better travelers than others. And you never really know until you travel with somebody how good of a traveler they are, or like whether it's going to be okay. Like the people you predict are going to be good travelers sometimes aren't. It's kind of interesting how that plays out. I don't know if I'm a good traveler. I feel like I want to be a good traveler, and I'm not. That's what I think. Because like neuroses and being like neurotic, being weird is not always the best for when you're traveling. It's like it's a bit of a It's a bit of a pain for everyone else. But the thing is, people who are the most neurotic usually, like, they get their shit together more than usual when they're around other people in a situation where they have no choice. It's usually the reason they get it done. I don't know if this is the right word for this. This yeah. Yeah. We got to roll off a ton of stuff on that if we're going to use it. It's like so low end heavy. Let's try that, but this is something I do a lot too. Grab a filter freak. That should always be on your template of stuff you're messing with as far as I'm concerned, because it does the pan moves that, I mean, it'll just like do those EQ rolls for you. That's not a good example, but this, like, how could you live without that? What would I be without you? How could you live without that? Now that's kind of cool, but let's soften it. Soften this with some reverb. I should use a super plate every once in a while instead of this one knob champion. He's the best around. The one knob champion little plate is the best around. Nothing's gonna have a little plate.
Never get another chance to dance with you.
Let's do another. Yeah. Let's do another one of those. Nothing's gonna have a little play. It's weirder on this one. I don't know if I like it, but it's weird. I think it's got to be on the jam, like real close to it. Yeah, this one sounds different. I don't know if I like it. I don't know if I like it. I think this one needs something else. So undo is your best friend. We're going to come over here. We're going to hit it instead of a clean resonant down sweep, maybe the crap out sweep. Nope. A little too aggressive. The FM sweep's cool. Half sweep. That's what we want. Let's see. Little plate. Save the day. That's kind of interesting. Might be cool, and maybe it just needs a little bit of a delay instead. So let's see what we can get cooking. Maybe a little dull echoes. Dull 23 echoes. Let's go. Party time. Never get another chance. That's interesting. I love the filter freak. When I said I love Soundtoys plugins more than all the rest, they're the best for effects, man. There's nothing better. This is chorus 1. Now, this is one of those moments where I say to myself, like, does the band benefit from a little dropout here? So just drums, I want to stay there, but guitar and bass, maybe we could lose. Let's see. I may have tried this yesterday because I recall doing it, but I don't know if I did it here. Just on where it's just where the fill started. So down up arrow allows me to grab it, smack on the money. See, it sounds a little unnatural. That's why I don't love it. But sometimes we can go in and fix that with, pull back a smidgen, like wherever the first guitar is. You got to catch that or it'll sound weird. Like in this case, looks like I'd have to do this to really figure out if it's going to work or not. Get this one in. I don't know why that one's so early compared to the others. It's definitely early. It's like a pickup note. Let's put the jam back on. Guitar and bass. Pull back. No, pull back. Too early. I just love the excitement from drops. I want music to drop out. Never get another chance. Never get another chance. Nightbot, chill, dude. What's going on with the bot, GDP? We popping off? The craziest part is GDP's flying through the air while this happens. When we talk flavor tracks, Alex Christoph wrote, when we talk flavor tracks, I'm thinking sweet like cinnamon brown sugar and not sour cream and onion. Are there sour cream and onion bands? Maybe Beck. Yes. Best album by Beck. What do you think? My answer is Sea Change every time. Yes. Sour cream and onion flavor. Strikes me as Beck might listen. He might be a fan of some sour cream and onion. It's possible. Never get another chance. Get another chance. Kind of, I don't hate that, to be honest with you. Another chance. I just think because things, when things are repetitive over and over and over and over again, like there's no benefit of playing it right up until the chorus, in my opinion. Like it's just, is there a benefit? Maybe. Not in this case, I don't think. I never get another chance to dance with you. Never get another chance to dance with you. Never get another chance. Now, compare that to this. Never get another chance. And maybe we give it a little help. We throw a little bit of a tail or something weird over here with some verb. Like we give it a little cushion underneath it. Let's see. Maybe we chance it up. We give it a little goose. Let's see. Never get another chance. you know, a little hiccup. Maybe so. Maybe. Maybe since we've got our filter freak open. So I processed it with that radio echo. Now I'm planning on just maybe taking off the front of it, so it's just the repeat part of that echo. See what I'm saying? Because this part's a little too strong for us, I think, for what we're trying to do here. Not sure if it needs this. Let's see. Kind of.
Could never ever get you ever out of my mind. I should've known then that I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours. I have died. Try to fuck me over again. I should've known then that I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy. I
Okay, we back. You can hear me. Bada bing. Thing froze up on us. Luckily, the save session file thing is always active. So it basically grabbed the last, we were messing with this when it bugged out. So we're still okay. Just going to change the save thing back to normal here. Okay. Now, let's go back to where we were. Sorry about that. Every once in a while, when you've got a bunch of stuff open and your system seems to be bugging out lately, it might happen, I got to figure out exactly what it is that I downloaded that is bugging my system, because there's definitely something. But yeah, it's just, that's the first time that's ever happened in 17 streams, though, so maybe we have an okay record. You can't expect perfection with technology. It's not to be expected. I was lowering this clip when the thing bugged out last time. I was like, we had processed it, and I was just like lowering it, and it was like, nope, you shall not lower. Never get another chance. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died and I'm going to hell. So it's not a mystery that I pick the last word, because if I pick the word before that, is that going to make sense? To me, like, no. From a point of view of like a throw, you want it to be on the last word. If I pick this, maybe it'd be cool. I don't know. What's funny is I'll say something like that and I'll be like, no, that phrase might work. Probably not, but maybe. Because it happens to be in the title of the song, we'll give it a shot. We'll give it our best shot. What are my favorites? This might look super tiny on your screen, so I could make this bigger because Sound Toys is gangsta. And you come in here. Classics. Like the spacey stuff is Space Echo and that stuff, but like Memory Man is like the classic one. Space Echo, these are all cool if you want a little something, a little more than just a little Memory Man. You got your both sides on that. Going to hell. You need more feedback, you juice the feedback. You want the time to be different. Sometimes I'll take this and I'll just, slide it a little bit here and there. Trust. Doesn't have to be dead on the grid. The thing with dead on the grid is if you place it in a weird place, doesn't matter if it's on the grid or not. It's better sometimes if it's not, especially if you're going to hand place it. Maybe we'll use both. This one we'll hit with the Memory Man. More feedback. There's some coolness here. We just have to treat it. There's too much signal on this. It's kind of cool. They're both cool. Whatever we just did was cool, and it was randomly cool. So I hope that's one thing I want you guys to take away is there's so much to be gained from experimenting. There's like so much to be gained. It's kind of cool. Now, we could filter more of this if we want, like the simplest filters going, like the EQ1 band. EQ1 band. And just like roll some, high pass off. So the going to hell, this part. Maybe we want it on this instead. Let's see. I do want it on this, so I undid what I just did there. We're going to roll up even more of it. And then this thing that's kind of static now, my plan is to hit that with some Filter Freak. I once had somebody ask me, but how do you know which to pick? And the answer is, I don't. I just know what worked once before on something that was kind of like this. So I just go to that place where I'm like, Filter Freak, let's try that, because I want a sweeping thing. That worked once. I want something that's a weird, just a lush reverb, but backwards. That worked once. Like, things like that. So I jump on a Filter Freak, and she's Filter Freaky. We know that. Sweeps. These are my favorite parts of the Filter Freak, is these sweeps, because you don't have to do it by hand. That's what I like about it the most. Even hitting him with a random sweeper. Let's see what happens. Weird. It makes it less static. I don't know if I like it though, because it's too much. So if I was going to do it, maybe we do it with a bar or 4 bars or something. Let's try that. It's not enough different for me, so we're going to go to another sweep. The FM sweep, the half sweep. I love that. I love the FM because it feels like that it's hard to explain. It gives you that underwater feeling is all I could explain. That stuff. Or the half sweep is more of a and never listen in solo. Doesn't matter what it sounds like in solo. I mean, you might listen just to hear what how you're going to process it, but then put it back. It's adding a little distortion that I don't like with the half sweep. Let's go to the clean one. Let's try that. See if we got, I don't know if we have 8 bars here. Let's see. That's kind of cool. I don't hate that. I actually think it's kind of cool. And this is it before. Yeah, the clean sweep, something is necessary. I just don't like that the distortion it's giving me a little bit. I don't like that. That's my favorite so far. I'm going to go back to that, but let's try the 8-bar version of that. Because I softened it enough where I'm okay with it now. Which just made me think of something else. I just undid it because I already knew I wasn't going to like it. Went to 4-bar. We're going to get this thing now, and it's softer. But how do we soften, guys? Well, how do we do it? Little plate. You're the best. Little plate. And nothing's gonna ever little play. Everybody should be fiending watching The Karate Kid when they get done with my live streams. If I've done that, I've done my job. You should be watching The Karate Kid. Everyone in unison. That was kind of cool, but a little too much push for the gush. We lose the clarity of the word. Not that it matters, but let's just soften it as little as we can with the plate, pretty much. Let's add more, but let's take the mix down. Let's try that.
You were gonna draw me in. I should have known that.
Gonna make these verses do what I want them to do even before I go to the automation stage. I'm gonna just, like, wherever there's not a bunch of people talking, which is, for me, it's like, you see where it happens on the double?
I should have known that you were gonna draw me in.
And then everybody comes in. These guys, the high guys, they all start chiming. So right here, I'm just going to take this up like 3 dB because those are the only moments I'm like, the vocals are low. It feels, and they could maybe come up in the whole thing. Honestly, that's probably another way to deal with this, is just a little of that. 1.6 will start there. I'm up, move in 0.8s. It'll solve a lot of your problems. Don't get into the weeds. Move in 0.8s. So like, little bit more than a little move, 1.6, double the 0.8. You got me?
Should have known that you were gonna draw me in. I should have known that I'd be addicted to your poison.
Okay, that's a little better now. Now let's come in here.
I should have known that.
Okay, let's get into, pick a word, any word. We're gonna, the bass is doing something too cool to have anything bugging in between it. Listen to this bass line.
I should have known that I'd be addicted to your poison.
Yeah, so let's throw it on this, just a little bit of love on this in here, and it's got to be on wave or you can't copy stuff. Do 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 do.
I'd be addicted to your poison. I should have known that. Your poison. I should have known that.
Little then. What do you know? He's doing it on the then. You don't say. So I keep changing this. Even if I just like click to whatever, you know, like we're changing it around. Double up sometimes. Don't be afraid. I just doubled it up. You could do it.
When I could never ever get you ever out of my mind, I should have known that.
And I like this last line. I may not want anything to clutter it, but we shall see. This time, we'll start with the Telray, flip it to something else. What was that? Warm wide receiver? Here we go. What do we got? Let's get in there. We'll hit it maybe with this jam, too. A little clean resonant down sweep.
Should have known that I could never.
Potentially, maybe. Potentially, maybe. Maybe we'll hit it with a little deep cavern.
I could never.
I don't think. I don't know if this word needs it. We'll see in a second.
Should have known that.
I undid one more time. You could tell how it's been processed by what it says. The last thing you process is the last thing it says. So it'll be Echo Boy. If I hit go back right now, I just went forward one, the opposite of undo. You see how it says Filter Freak? So that's showing that's what I processed with it last. If I do it again, that's Little Plate. So that was the most processing. I hit undo, we took off Little Plate. I hit undo again, we took off Filter Freak. You see what I'm saying? So it's just pay attention to the way the file's labeled.
Known that I could never be yours and you could never be mine. That I could never be yours and you could never be mine.
A little mine here. Jump in the mine, move your body all lime. Okay, I believe you.
Never be mine. Never be mine. Never be mine.
If you ever stumble on something you like the way it sounds when you're moving the time, just automate the echo time, and then you can make it do whatever weird like what you make it do whatever you want, really. Just copy what you come in here, you we're in Audio Suite, but if it was a plugin, it would have the paper on a paper here, and you click that, and then just like on all of these, you see the paper on the paper. Plugin automation. It's like a window in a window. It's not really paper on a paper, but you get what I'm saying. Maybe I just want the mine, so I drag, get rid of that front part. See how that flubs it? Nope, doesn't do the trick for me. Now where's our mine? That's B mine. Maybe we want B mine, maybe we don't. Let's see. Let's get her in. Get her in, get her in. Never let him be. And the man and I'm here. No more, baby. So bad and bass. Don't worry.
Never be mine. I could never be yours and you could never be mine.
Hit it with the clean resonant down sweep. Didn't do it for me. Maybe we need more wet, but maybe we also want more resonance now that we're back in the game of it's not so harsh.
Never be mine. Never be mine. I could never.
Better before it.
You could never be mine. I could never be yours.
And maybe we want the dirty resonant down sweep instead. This one blends in the best with the one that's just Echo Boy on it, so I may just leave that one. I'll just try the half as last resort. Yeah, it doesn't need that.
I could never be yours and you could never be mine.
Maybe this one will need some of that goodness. And you could always do the same thing if you want. Like you could go and do a Memory Man twice. Nobody's stopping you. No. Memory Man would have been pretty good there. I think we may go with it. doubling up for good measure. Sometimes it creates a cool, sick, weird effect that might be cool. Let's leave the half sweep. Let's hear it first without it. Cool, cool. I'm feeling. I just hit it with the half sweep, I think. I like that it gets out of dodge before the next line, so that's all by itself. I kind of like that. I'm taking off that half sweep because it was aggressive, a little too aggressive. Deep cavern softens things, so when you need the soft, hit it with the deep cavern. You could really hit it with any reverb. There's not like a magic to little plate. It's just my favorite because it's the quickest to dial in. Like maybe right, a little, we'll place this after it to give us that thing. That might be cool. It might suck. Let's find out. Die. Also, keep in mind, I'm not pasting with the grid mode. I think everybody should, stop putting stuff on the grid. That's my opinion. Unless you're doing techno and you need that whoosh, whoosh, like a windmill, like a wah, 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 and you want it to be exactly, to create groove, part of the beat, then you maybe want grid. Another one of these. Maybe process it maybe the same way. We'll see. I just process it the same way. I don't usually do that, but maybe we could do that and then put something else on it to make it sound a little different, like maybe a little plate. What do you know? What do you know? The guy's using little plate. Look at that. Let's hear this one. Make sure they don't sound too monotonous. That's what I hate about it. If they sounded good, what's up, Toe Man? Toe Man 7729. That is one of my favorite lines in the jam. This one might be a little repetitive as far as the same sound goes. So I'm just going to paste that thing here. I'm going to try something else. We'll leave that just in case. That's why I like two, so I could audition multiple things, at least two different choices of things. Die. I love doing this, by the way, putting one side different than the other side. I'm such a fan of that. Huge fan. Doesn't sound weird enough, that's for sure. Filter Freak. There's a Filter Freak 2 that I use sometime also. It's not as much as one, but sometimes. Space me out over here, man. Maybe on this one we'll take another line. Try this here. See what that gives us, if anything. Yeah, the word doesn't come out particularly well. It just sort of sounds okay, nothing special really. Now, we want this to kind of maybe go forever because we got a big spot to fill. So we might want a couple cool things here. Not doing it for us. Let's see what this is about. I kind of like that, and maybe that with something else would be pretty cool. And we could take it from this word, or we could take this one, the first word over here, at least for the end of this. And we'll do put it here, we'll flip it. Don't sleep on reverse effects. So I just pasted the first word of the next phrase, flipping it, bringing this out here, and we could hit it with something, anything. Probably not the freak first. We want the little plate could change it from, pick a sound, any sound. I like the extremes personally. The extreme settings are just the most you can get with it. And you can drag out a little further if you want. Then we'll flip this back. Flipped it back. Slide it where it's going to ramp up and then end right at the word. Let's hear it.
I should have known then.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Like I said, if you're batting 50 to 70%, you're doing well in this game of effect flavored towns.
I should have known then that you were gonna try to fuck me over again. I should have known.
And adjust volume on the clips.
I should have known then that you were gonna try to fuck me over again. I should have known then that I was never.
This is the last verse, so we have very few lyrics left, so thanks for bearing with me here. We're getting it done. Toe Man, that is absolutely correct, man. That is absolutely... It's a trippy song. It's a trippy song.
Known then that you were then.
And maybe we won't do the every word, like maybe just this one and this one kind of thing. Let's start with this one, but let's see. Like, I'm not an every word type of guy. You got to pick your moments. You got to pick them. Maybe we'll just hit this with a little of that. Way too much, obviously, but then, do what you please. And please what you do. You know what I'm saying?
That you were gonna try to
just ambiance. Sometimes you don't need the word. You just want a little...
know then that you were gonna try to fuck me over again. I should have known then.
That was my other paste that we didn't get to yet. I just paste these things by eye. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you noticed that. There's a freedom, like Braveheart, with how you paste stuff. I hit it with the Filter Freak first now, then this. Let's see what happens. It could be weird. It could be cool, but it could be weird. Let's see.
Should have known then that I was never your boy and you were never.
I like it because it's super subtle. I like it.
Known then that I was never your boy.
And if you notice, I'm trying to have it get out of the way when the next line starts. I don't want it to keep going, so that's my guide for where I fade it, is somewhere around where the next line starts.
Known then that I was never your boy and you were never.
Toe Man, I love you dropping those lyrics on there, man. That is accurate. That is indeed what is being said.
Known then that I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy and you were never my friend. Never my friend.
Love the overtones on this Tel Ray. That's what the best part about it is like these cool overtones that come with it. Way too much now in this section. This isn't terrible, but I don't think it's probably not going to stay. Let's see. We're going to mute that. Mute that. Paste another one. Come in here. Maybe we'll use... Just leaving this open since we had that weird debacle with... I'm not going to open a bunch of other things at the same time. This is enough.
I was never your boy, and you were never my.
That's kind of cool.
I was never your boy, and you were never my
Friend. This one shouldn't be the same time. This should be different. Maybe we need a half note. That might work if we really soften it. All right, last chorus, guys. So if you're just catching it, I'm dropping the jam in, and I'm Audio Suite. We got several plugins open so we can process some crazy kind of way. You know, any of these work depending on the track and the moment you're trying to achieve. So I just have a couple go-to faves I use all the time, and you tweak from there. One side different than the other is often a favorite way to roll for me. Let's hit that. And also, if you notice, I'm Soundtoys City up here right now. That's what we're doing. What's poppin', Vicchio Beats? How's it going, man? Oh, yeah, yes. Toeman's just dropping the lyrics, GDP. But yeah. It's I like what you wrote though. But yeah. Vicchio Beats. Or is it Vicio Beats? Maybe it's Vicio Beats. That's how it is, right? Is that how you pronounce it? Am I pronouncing it wrong? Vicio Beats. That's probably it. What's poppin', man? Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, GDP, I understand what you're saying about keeping the algorithm happy. It doesn't necessarily know the lyrics of the track, so it makes it kind of interesting. But yeah, Toeman's just a supporter, man. He's dropping lyrics. Like he's been doing that, like on Strawberry Trees, Strawberry Plush. He's dropping the lyrics, man. All right, last of the flavors. Now, this is the busiest chorus because there's about to be a lead guitar that pops into town. So we don't want to overstep things. So this is where if we do something on flavor, it's gotta end before the next line because there's already a lot going on here. Maybe it doesn't even need it. Let's see. Now, the weird thing is when I have a line like this right before a drop, it's nice sometimes to give it a little something. In other words, like into this drop, like put a lush bed underneath the vocal to make it sound like it's swimming in, some amazing room somewhere, some cathedral. Like just, I just took this word, copied it to another track, hit it with the little plate in Audio Suite, which is pretty lush. And now the word just has more ending to it. So we don't even need the front. We could just take that, it's all about where it comes in. Now it'll just have this cool little tail. So it makes it sound bigger than it actually is. So you don't need reverb on your whole track. You need it in little moments here and there sometimes. And that's one way to do it. Another way would be to hit this with a little kind of throw. So I paste it down below, and I'm obviously not pasting it in line, and I'm doing that on purpose, but I may hit it with some sort of a little, pick a throw, any throw, pick a throw, any throw. Garage door. What is that? We stumbled into crazy territory with the gasoline and the garage door. Those are two I've never done. Whatever that is. Not exactly what I'm going for. Exactly. Let's see. I'm just seeing what strikes my eye as one of the ones that I like a lot for something like this. And the other thing is, if you don't know what you like, just pick anything. It doesn't really matter. You'll try it and you'll see if you like it, and if you like it, great. Like one of these, even, Let's hit it with some few. So now I'm getting it out of the way, and then I also might hit it with little plate, but in a way that's a little more subtle. Maybe I'll take the mix down and I want to hear the word a little, so something like this maybe, or if that's not enough, I just hit undo and I jack it up. And the beautiful thing about this is when you use Audio Suite, you have all the control in the world to get it to stop wherever you want. It's not like trying to make a plugin do what you want and changing the settings every word. Like, who's going to do that? And maybe we don't need both of these. Let's see. We do. The other one is helping more than this one is. I'm actually thinking we need this one for sure. Maybe not this one. That kind of works for me, though. Something like that. Let's go a little context. Give it a little context sometimes. I was never your All right, it's our last chorus. I'm going to grab this, throw it down here, and this is the end of the song. So there can't be many more times I do this because there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 maximum places to do this, guys. So bear with us. Bear with us here. Little muffled echo. No, we don't want that. We need like Memory Man. or Space Echo or something like that. And we never do the same one. So sometimes Space Echo, sometimes in this song we've been bouncing back and forth between Space Echo and Memory Man. And then sometimes we've been hitting it with the one of these on Filter Freak to give it a constant, to make it one of those. This is without it. It sounds just fine without it. I'm not sure it needs that. Let's see. Half sweep. Make sure you select audio, of course. Yeah, I don't think it needs it for that. And for this,
die. Die. Die.
I love that. Stuff like that. You can automate the tape if you want. Automate that plugin, I mean, and mess with the time while it's being automated. You get that same sound printed. This one, maybe we'll take that other line. And you could do this with any of the vocals. Don't think you need to just do it on the lead. Do it on the high vocal, like, do it anywhere. What's up, Vicio Beats? What's poppin', man? Vicio wrote, I see that you reply to questions. Yes, I do. The second is right. Say it. Oh, cool. Vicio. Nice. Got it right. Awesome, man. What do we got? Vicio wrote, I make music since 2008, and I appreciate the people who share the passion for music like I do. That's awesome, man. That's the coolest part about our zone. Like our chat, our community over here has the most dedicated crew of people that are interested in making stuff. That's why they'll come check out stuff at all hours. They always have something cool to add as a comment on the videos and in the chat when we're doing these lives. And I just feel like it's nice to meet a lot of people like us. My favorite part about doing these streams is it's as if we were in a big building that was only recording studios on every floor, and people mix stuff while they're hanging out, and you go to take a break to the cafeteria, the lounge, the whatever, the chill section, and there's a bunch of other engineers to interact with. It's like going room to room and looking at what people are doing in each room. I love that about this. A lot of people mix stuff while they're watching my stream, and they bounce back and forth, to feel like you're not alone mixing by yourself, which it's so interesting how the studio culture of, so many of your favorite mixers worked in a studio with other mixers present in other rooms, during the heyday when music was really, when studios were what they were, right? We're in a different place now, but that was very common. Prior to everybody working at home, that was so common. Was, these buildings that had amazing studios, and there'd be bands doing something in one room that were going, huge selling bands, and then in the next room the same thing, and the engineers talking to each other, and it's just, we don't have that anymore. So this is the closest we can get to it, and I share the passion with you guys, man. So anybody who wants to, who's, as far as I'm concerned, you're mixing at any hour and you see I'm doing this thing, come in, say hey. It's the same thing. It's literally like you're down the hall. I love that about what we do. So that's how I visualize it anyway. And I think it's awesome. So and if you have questions, throw it in there. If you have answers, throw it in there. There's no bad question. If it's audio related, it's all good, And it keeps it light, too. It keeps it light. While you're mixing, you need to take breaks. So while I'm mixing and I'm jumping in the chat, that's like a break. While you're mixing and you jump in the chat, that's a break. A little bit of an ear break is so helpful. And you don't have to get up and go walk around. You could be in your seat doing a little bit of a break to reset your mind. That's what's up. GDP fighting with... And you get to watch GDP fighting with Nightbot. It's hilarious. You got Skynet coming in, doing its thing. GDP, I think Skynet's actually in check today, is it not? Am I wrong on that? I feel like Skynet pops in here and there, says what up, and then, unless you time Skynet out or something, I don't know. I'm not sure, but is that possible? GDP's dropping Nightbot, I am your father. I wish I could give Nightbot chain of command and be like, Nightbot, you listen to everything GDP says, you learn from him. He's got a lot to teach you, Nightbot. But, it is what it is. But yeah, man. So Vicio, what kind of music you working on right now? What's your style of, what genre? What do you do most of? I'm curious. I'm curious about anybody who's watching. What do you guys do? What's your genre of choice? What's the thing that you like the best? Because this stuff works, I found, in every genre. I do most of this flavor stuff in rock, some pop, hip-hop stuff. This is what people want, as far as I'm concerned. And sometimes, it's easy to overdo this. So when you're listening back, it's not unusual. I may mute certain things after, but you try to go in and do it very tastefully. It just doesn't always work out that way. Sometimes you do too much and you got to take some stuff off. So right now with this that word, it's not super working for us. But what I was gonna say is you could paste from any of these. So like the high tracks, you could grab, any of these here. I'll grab something from the high track and throw that up here. Like there's no rules. You could grab an instrument and do this with an instrument. Like I've done this with everything because sometimes it's super cool to do it on an instrument. There's this pop track I was working on once where I wound up doing stuff like this for flavor on almost every instrument there was very few sparse, a couple instruments in the arrangement, and one of them was like this piano, and I remember thinking that piano is cool and I could do so much with it. So I did flavor stuff off the piano instead of just the vocals. And make sure when you're copying and pasting stuff, you don't have random stuff selected, because if you do, that might mess you up. But yeah, it's like, this is the lead vocal that I've been using, but you could use anything. You don't have to use the lead vocal. That's all I was trying to get across. Maybe now I'll grab one of these, whichever one we want. It might be too much, but we'll see. And since we have an ending here, we might as well let it go. Let's let it go. Feedback up when you want to let it go. Turn that up. And then, don't be afraid. You could hit it with Filter Freak and crank the bars up if you want it to if you want the thing to take a really long time to do whatever it is that you have set, whether it's the clean resonant one or whatever. If you want it to take a while, crank the bars up. A little too crazy, a little too horror movie, a little too Shining. A little too Shining for me. A little too Shining. Somebody need a song for The Shining Part 2? I like how the bass line is still kind of just does its thing almost all the way to the end. I like that. Doing it to 2 at once. And I don't think that's enough, so I'm going to use another one with it. That feels a little more like enough. I'm going to fade this one in so it just kind of starts being spooky at us, spooking us. Okay, we're just about done with these flavor tracks. Then we move to some automation real quick. I'm going for the guitar fade out at the end here. We'll call that flavor done for the moment, or maybe forever. Let's see. Just want to pull these guitars to where this end of the song line is and make sure they all get out prior to that. Because just bass here. Actually, I'm pulling guitars and bass, I think. No, I'm just doing guitars. Good. Okay, good. Here's our bass. So the bass is the only thing doing something here. Actually, no, I don't hear it. And to be real with you, I don't even know if we need that quietest riff ever, but I like how I don't mind it. It creates interest all the way to the end, as far as I'm concerned. Just like, what's happening? What is that? And then you turn it up, it's like, oh, the riff's happening again. That's cool. So Visio Beats. Visio wrote, I try to integrate this is Visio Beats. I try to integrate different sound selections in combined style. Me personally, I love to hear and make R&B with some future touch of soul and gospel, but I do different genre also. Music has no limit. Nice, man. Nice. I love to hear. So you like to listen to and you make R&B, and you like a touch of add some future touch of soul and gospel. That's awesome, man. R&B with some soul and gospel is where it's at. That's awesome. Yeah, man, music has no limit. And I find it so cool when people who like love a specific genre work in another genre because what they bring over, like when they cross pollinate the stuff that they listen to all the time and put some of that into, stuff maybe that they don't usually work in. That's the stuff that I think can really take off because it's like you want that. Every time I hear somebody say anything about the like certain genres have certain characteristics that you like have to stick to, or like like if you're working in that genre you need to deliver something like this. To me, that's backwards. I just hate that as an idea and as a concept. That's not what music is. That's what a widget is. If you're selling widgets, you want your widget to look like the other widgets, or people are going to be like, why would I buy this widget when this one is bigger, or whatever. It's that's not what music is. For music, the weirder the better. And there's a lot of examples, I think, where that's happened. Where people from like some other genre working, they bring something to the table, and 10 people might be like, this isn't, I don't like this for this genre. I want it to be more like whatever, and name some song. But then if there was a hit, if that guy did that on a song that became a hit, everybody would want to do this other thing. So that's why it's so ridiculous to me. People follow the trend, and the trend gets created by the person who doesn't follow the trends. That's my opinion. But everyone else is going to follow the trend. So take risks. Work in genres that you don't know. Work in genres you don't specialize in. I like that. And there's a counter philosophy to this also. And I try to look at both sides of the coin at all times, or as often as I can. I really strive to do that. Eric Valentine was talking about how he used to work in hip hop. He used to do a lot of rap stuff. And there was a point in time where he realized he will never be better than Dr. Dre at that. So he should go towards the stuff that he prefers to work in because of the music. He prefers that style music to listen to work on, or whatever. So he shouldn't be working outside of that genre. And I don't know, a lot of stuff, I'm sure that rings true to him. That's a true statement to him. But for me, it's like, I don't know where I'm at. I don't know if I totally agree with that 100%. I think, don't work in a genre you don't want to work in if you don't like the music or something. That I get completely. Because it's hard to do work that you like on music you don't like. That's difficult. So I get that completely. But when it comes down to like, you could bring something to the table in a genre you don't work in that might make that music more interesting. And interesting is an opinion. So you don't have to be better than Dr. Dre to bring a unique perspective to something that arguably could sound, different and maybe preferable. That's all. That's the understanding of it to me. It's not about, who lives and breathes the genre as much as what are you bringing to the table that's different than the other guys. And often that comes from people who work outside of the genre. So do everything. Like you said, music has no limits. 100%. Now let's dump stuff into VCAs. What do you say? Solid? Solid. So for automation station, kick VCA, kick VCA. Snare, 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 snare. Rack trigger, floor trigger, hi-hat, overhead left, overhead right, room left, room right. So lots of drums. Drums VCA. That's everything other than kick and snare. Bass, we do that from the buses because we don't want to change the balance going in every time we automate something. I'm just going to do it from right here. And let us see what else. Okay, acoustic guitar. Now it's like debating how I should do the electrics so that I can get the automation the way I want. I'm going to try it like this at first, and I could always just undo it and do it different if I want. But at the moment, let's try it. Yeah, we need this bus too. We actually don't need these two because they're being sent here. So if I move this, it will be moving more of these. But they're the only thing being sent here. Everything else being sent directly to the mix bus. So that works. Guitar VCA. So depending on how you build the session is going to determine exactly what how you should group stuff when you want to automate it. You get me? It's never the same all the time. Now when it comes to this is what I meant by like, all right, the vocal blend is not terrible, but there's moments where I definitely want more backgrounds and then moments where I want more lead. Let's just peek that real quick before I touch. Let's put the flavor in the flavor VCA before we do that. Flavor Town. So these are our 3 tracks of flavor. They go in their own VCA. And all VCAs start at 0. See? 0. So it's super easy to know where you started. Now your whole mix that you were just listening to exists exactly the same way. The balance is maintained. The only difference is now we have control on this VCA of basically the whole session, right? Now, the only thing I might change is instead of putting all our vocals in this VCA, which I haven't done yet, I might put leads and backups. That way I can kind of control the blend a little bit better between these high harmonies that I want to hear more of sometimes and the rest. So that's my thought. I'm going to go with that for the moment. So we'll go high harmonies. We'll put the high harmonies with the double. My first thought was like maybe we put the double with the lead and put the highs separate so that when I bring up the high harmonies, I don't also bring this up. That's what I'm going to go with. So I'm sort of thinking this through as I go. So harm VCA, or you can call it back V VCA, like backup vocals. We'll put that in none and just change the name in a second. And then double and the lead. Now I'm going to come in here and just make the names the same. Okay, now we've broken our entire session into 8 faders. Now, can we get it done with 8 faders? Let us find out. I mean, the answer is, of course, we can get it done. It's only how I do everything. It also makes the most sense as far as I'm concerned. It's just, it makes it where you can literally have 8 faders in front of you and get a handle on a mix in a very different way than clicking around it. Very different. And if you've never tried it, I recommend try it. If you've never tried it, it's sort of eye-opening. And the key for me also is touch mode, because that means when I bump it up a little bit, it'll then sit back where I need it to afterwards. I'm curious, Visio Beats. Also, I'm curious about when you make, like, if you're making R&B, is your like preference to use, like, do you ever use an MPC or like those Akai kind of sampler jams? Do you ever use those? Are you a fan of those? Do you prefer to sort of do it all on like a synth and then, just a synth? Is it like do you use analog synths? Do you patch in Pro Tools stuff through different MIDI sounds? Like, what is it that you like to do? How do you roll with it? Because I tried to make beats for like a day just to see if I could do it, like what's involved. And first, I realized it goes against the structure of everything I know to want to like make a beat, because it's so it like every beat I made was too complicated. So the first thing I realized, and that's probably the number one thing people do when they start making beats or do something like that, if you come from a different school, which for me was always like, I write a song on a guitar, and it's like I can't just write a verse. I need to write parts that connect. I need to connect like the verse and then a transition to the chorus. That could be a pre-chorus. It could just go verse chorus, but how those parts transition were everything. And then that's not enough for me. Like where's the build? Where's the bridge? What picks this thing up? Is there a post-chorus? Is there like a turnaround after the chorus? Like all those things mattered to me a lot. And I remember thinking like, it seems when I go to incorporate that into like a beat, it just always came out messed up. You know, I looked at it like, let's just make an instrumental for like a generic song, like a country song or something, or a rock song. Like, okay, I can make an instrumental for it. That's not a beat. Like I would try to make like hip hop beats or, you know, something along. I couldn't do it. Like I just couldn't really figure it out, but I also didn't give it a lot of time. But I just was like, this is like, I can't think this way. It's a whole different way to think almost. Like it's a 4-bar or 8-bar loop. That's it. It's like I couldn't get myself to sort of lowest common denominator and get down to that. Like simplify to that. It was difficult. I should have given it more time though. It would have been cool to see what I could come up with over time trying that. It would have been interesting. But yeah. You can't do everything. That's the other thing. It's like I like to try things because it's new, but I didn't like it. I'll tell you that. I didn't like doing it. I like mixing a beat. When somebody gives me a beat that they've made, like, you know, a lot of pop guys download a beat and then they want somebody to make their vocals fit within the beat. So they buy the track out, they have their vocals, they recorded at their place, and they want to put it together and make it great. That's what I do. That's my specialty. I can make a beat sound way better than the guy who made the beat, because like I said, of how it's the way I think about it. Like it's always too simple for me in a way, and it needs to do something at least somewhere. And you can add excitement in beats. You can put fills in there that weren't in before to transition parts one to the next, as opposed to a lot of times the beat is just a static loop that never changes. And then it goes to a chorus part that never changes. It bores me a lot of times when I hear that and I have to do something. And that's an art form in and of itself. But that's mixing the beat in a way, and also changing it a little sometimes, like a little production elements here and there within what was already made, you know, is stuff that the guy who made the beat often can't think about. And he's not thinking that way, but he's made a great beat, and I can't make a beat, but I can think about those other things that he can't think about. So it's this cool symbiotic relationship that happens.
I'd never get another dance with you. I should've known then. I'd never get another chance to dance with you. Never get another chance to dance with you. Never get another chance.
All right, here we go. About to run into the automation stage. I just heard something I needed to make lower before I did it. So I've got my 8 faders, and we're about to start cooking. The other thing I'm listening to just now is the blend between the vocals, because a part of me likes the blend now. And I'm like, well, as soon as I start touching the backgrounds, they're going to come up. So I hope it's worth it. And if not, I'll just undo the automation part of this, and then I can get back to that the way it was before. Also, always save stuff, like right now, this is going to be beef aught, like before automation. And then once automation's done, I'll do one without it. So if I had to, I could always just get right back to this point in time in case anything goes crazy awry, which can happen. I hear some weird, like, see these little farts? I hear these farts. Gotta get rid of the farts. It's like lip smacking fart noises. You got those lip smacking fart noises? You know I do. Okay, got rid of some of those lip smacking farts. What else? Might be on the guitar tracks too, you never know. I don't mind this. Like, I never solo stuff. Like, what is it? Doesn't matter. You know what I mean? I don't know what that is. What is that? Nothing. It's a little pick noise or a little like amp farting. Anything could be that. What is this? It's a little nothingness. I never clean that stuff up. It's like, why? We're not trying to create a spick and span Mr. Clean thing here. We're trying to do just a track that's ridiculous. And the dirtier, the better sometimes. Like, who needs to go in there and try to make everything clean? That's insane.
I should've known them. I'd never get another chance with you. Should've known them. I could never be your friend.
So I'm just making sure we could hear every word.
I could never be your friend. I should've known them.
Especially the tails of the words, the very end.
Be your friend. I should've known them. I'd never get another dance with you. I should've known them. I'd never get another chance to dance with you.
All right, now I got to be aware of how loud I'm pushing. Got to lower the volume a lot. That'll tell you. That's the biggest tip for people doing automation is lower the volume. You should be able to listen at a very low volume when you do your automation, for vocals especially. That'll tell you if they're too loud. If you have the music turned up, you have no way to gauge. It's like going outside and you see this overwashed, huge, like white image it's so bright. The sun is crazy bright. Try to discern shapes and colors and what's in that. You can't. It's too bright. It's overwhelming. It's exactly what happens with your ears. If you have the stuff up loud, everything's too obnoxiously loud to discern the differences between them. You have to keep it low to really get in there when it's stuff like this, for vocals specifically. If you want to judge whether a guitar is pokey and annoying, turn it up. It'll tell you because it'll be like, ow, that hurts. Whereas for something like vocals, critical. Keep the volume low when you're trying to set the volume levels. Definitely. Audio guy, what's popping over there? How you doing? Alex Christoph drums, man. I love how you work on tracks while we're working on tracks. You're exactly that awesomeness I was talking about, how it's like a bunch of us in different rooms in one giant studio. And people work on their stuff. They jump in the chat. They talking about how, oh man, I just worked on a bass for 3 hours, and at the end of the day, the freaking Pro Tools crashed. And what do you know? Like, just, I feel your pain, man. Have you changed your preferences so your sessions back up themselves every minute? Because you should. Hadn't thought of that. Amazing. Little stuff or just anything. I get tips from you guys too. Bunch of stuff. So yeah, it's like, you need some motivation to work on stuff? I got a tip for you. I'll be here doing streams where I'm either live mixing, some engineering stuff, even potentially some like music recording stuff, jamming stuff, where I set up a bunch of stuff and then I jam, me, a buddy, something like this. So there'll be stuff happening constantly where if you want to sit down in your studio and work like you're in a building with other studio guys working constantly, you're a part of that. As soon as all you got to do, jump in here, you're part of it. This is a solid community we're building over here, and we all feel the same way about music. So anybody who feels that way is welcome over here. Alex Christoph wrote, I have the brain of an octopus. I watch y'all mix, work on mixing, playing PUBG all same time. That's what's up, man. That's what's up. It's what's up. Anytime, any little breaks are solid while you're doing this kind of thing, too. Bass tones are my favorite element, by the way. Like, they're awesome. Audio guy is writing another mushroom song. They're all pretty much trippy. Let's face it. They're all psychedelic and trippy. When you're getting bass tones, I don't know what it is you're working with. Like, are these recorded bass sounds that you mic'd a cabinet up and you have a DI with it? Or is it just you plugged into an amp sim in the computer? Like, what is it? How are you rocking your bass tones?
I should've known that I'd never get another dance with you. I should've known that I'd never get another chance to dance with you. Never get another chance to dance with you. Never get another chance.
Let's jump that fill up a little bit. All right, here we go. Toe Man and Audio Guy, back at it again. You two, man. One day we're going to find out you dudes are like roommates or neighbors or something. You're both, I don't know, you're part of this thing. We could, there's some connection there. You're long distant cousins or something. We'll figure it out one of these days. I love how Audio Guy's like, where's Toe Man? Toe Man's like, yo, what's good? I love it. It's a solid community we got over here. Alex wrote, Alex Christoph drums, DI clean car/skull rattling sub and then HM2 gain blended on top. What? DI clean. Okay, DI clean. We got that. Car/skull. What is that? What am I missing? Car. Oh, here we go. Car/skull rattling sub. Okay, I'm with you now. And then HM2 gain blended on top. Okay. So you're working on you're just working on a way to track this better, or you're working on a way to mix it. I love how GDP brings back a callback to the Cube Tech HQs. How y'all doing in Cube Tech headquarters? You guys are definitely in cubicles next to each other at Cube Tech. Like, we both know it. Or at least we have a lot of thoughts. We don't know it. Alex Christoph wrote, I know, use your ears, man. No, I never say use your ears, man. I try not to say the obvious stuff. Like, when people want help, use your ears is the absolute worst answer. It's the worst answer. You know? Like, if someone's like, the bass sound, doesn't work for me, like, what's the problem? Without hearing it, it's tough, right? But you see how you wrote, but 57 hertz on the bass is giving me the massage chair effect every time. Nice. What I could tell you is some common things that go down is a lot of times early on when people like are thinking, what is the bass missing? What I found anyway, for me in my own journey with this, I found that like every time I boosted, let's say 40, 50, 80 hertz on a bass, a lot of times it wasn't helpful. It's not that it's always not helpful. It's just the bass, to me, where the bass sits when I picture a great sounding bass tone, a lot of times is like, I need to hear 500 hertz. I need to hear 1K. Now that number moves. It could be like, to take a range 400 to 650 or 7-ish. Take the other range of like, 1K being 800 to like 1.5. Those two zones is where you get the aggression of the bass from the top, like the 1K zone, give or take a little, and then you get that like nose, I call it the nose of the bass, like the throatiness of it, 500-ish. So when I think about that, I think, yeah, is there bass below it? Yeah, there is, but the best part, the part that makes me feel great about bass, is actually those two higher up frequencies. So when I think about that, I think people could roll off more low end than they think, because a lot of times they're boosting bass 40 hertz on up, or they don't want to set a filter any higher than 20 hertz or 30 hertz or 40 hertz. And I'm thinking, it's like, well, you could crank that up if you want. You don't always need the sub octave on a bass. It's very dependent on whether or not you want the kick drum to be the lowest thing in the mix, or whether or not you want the bass to be the lowest thing in the mix. So when people say like pick one between the two, I don't always abide by the pick one philosophy, but you do kind of need to focus something. I like it for personally more often than not when I have the kick drum as the lowest thing in the mix. But I do like a lot of bass, but the bass is above it. So kick might be more in the 30, 40, 50, 60 push, and then bass above. But that doesn't mean you need to boost the low end. So it means basically the low end might be, you have to think about what it is you're hearing. If you're hearing so much 80 hertz and that the rest seems quiet, a tilt EQ where you lower the 80 hertz portion and raise the middle and the top is often the money. You do something like that where it's just, it's opposite for you, I guess. So it would look like this because I'm in a mirror when I look at the camera, right? But the point is, you lower the low end portion with a tilt, so it's just this nice little shelf, and you raise the middle and the top, maybe compress it and smush it all together, but now you might have a signal that sounds way more defined than the other way. And if you have the opposite problem, where all you hear is the aggressive middle and top, which doesn't usually happen, but if that's the case, do a tilt the other way, where you're actually increasing the low end a lot and then lowering the middle and the top end. And the tilt is super helpful, I find. It's not a widely used EQ, but it's very helpful for bass. So I don't know if you messed with the tilt yet. Also, like, where are you saturating and what are you using to saturate? You know, if you've got, I personally love the way the 1073 hardware works on a bass. So when I use the plugin by UAD, I'm super satisfied actually with using that, because when I'm mixing, I'm not, I'm trying not. I mean, for a while I did. I used to run out and be hybrid. But while I'm mixing in the box, I find the UAD 1073 gives me very similar effects to like when I would run into my BAE, which is my preferred way to record bass, is use the DI on the BAE 1073 and jam as much level as I need to get it to saturate and sort of sound cool, lower the output accordingly, and run that into like an 1176. You don't even need a cabinet. You don't even need a bass head if you do that, in my opinion, based on the way that I like a bass to sound. So I'm doing a very similar thing in the box where I'm really just using a couple different saturators because they all have their strengths. They all bring up the bass sound a little differently in different places. So anyway, I could talk about bass all freaking day. It's arguably the thing that'll make you feel good about stuff or not when you listen to a mix. The bass is so critical to get right. And another thing you should avoid if you can help it is stop using like R bass. Stop using that on the bass. Like if you need some sub-octave stuff going on and like when you put on R bass and just leave it set at 80 hertz, if you like what that does, all of a sudden that feel, and that's great with no EQ, I would say like check that. In other words, when you put that on, it feels really good in your room. But if your room's not dialed enough where that sound is actually bad everywhere else but your room, then you're sort of going against the grain. You won't be able to get it to set. As soon as you've put R bass on now, you've now like ruined your low end because it's too much. So it's really like you can use that if your room's dialed, if your headphones are dialed, however you're mixing. If it's dialed where when too much bass is too much bass, then R bass works. If not, I would get that extra bump of low end and that love. I'd do it differently. I would do it from like an EQ, because I find an EQ slammed that's like a saturating type EQ, like a 1073 style, into something like a compressor that will really control the low end portion of it is better, So that's why you'll see me do stuff like, first of all, like often 2 stages of compression, a 2A and then an 1176 or something like that. I like that. But also you see me cranking like 200 on bass. You'll see me crank on a Sans amp, the low end on the Sans amp, because it does it different than an R bass does. In my opinion, the R bass thing is very unruly. Like a lot of my mixes suffered from R bass, I found. I'm sure if you use it, the perfect amount of it, it might be fine. But I found that in the room I was in, it was hard to hear bass, and I'd put R bass on, and it was 9 out of 10 times when I took it off, things sounded way better. So R bass was a problem for me for a little while, but that was because I thought I needed like what R bass was doing. I thought I needed all that sub octave, and I don't think it's true anymore. But yeah. All right, here we go. I got to look at this chat thing over here. Motorola chips is where it's at now. Motorola chips. We're both Freemasons. Oh, nice. What do we got? We got nice. GDP's airporting up. Hopefully they let him home, man. Let this GDP home. We need to start a petition. Let the guy home over there. Flying around the world. And they're holding him back. Let him in. What is this? That was a cool pick, GDP. We got to Discord some of this stuff. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but when you do jump over to Discord after this thing, not now, you add us over there. Add Custom Cut Studios over there. We just set it up. Nobody knows how to use it or what to do. We don't have any idea what's going on, but we have it. Bada bing. Your punctuation and grammar is solid, Alex Christoph. Alex Christoph wrote, I try not to lean too much either way, but walk the line of data/information and humanity/art. Solid line right there. It's a tough one to walk, though. It's tough. Audio guy. I don't ever use tilt on bass because it will change the relationship between the notes. A tilt shelf is cool, though. You get to keep the proportion. Yeah. Yeah, well, no, that's the point. That's exactly why I was saying to use it, is because if you're listening to the bass and you've got all this thumpy low end and nothing on top, then you want to change the relationship between the notes to a degree, because what are we talking about? Like when you go to play low, you don't hear it. It's not just the finger stuff. It's that, like, is it that you're not hearing the lows, or is it that you're not hearing, the highs of the bass? Like, what is it? Low on the neck you're not hearing? Is it the finger attack you're not hearing? Is it all you hear is the mud? I find a lot of times when people mic a bass cabinet, they kind of, I don't know what they're doing exactly, but I've gotten things to mix where I felt like this, if they just used a DI, it would be so much more usable than the mic of this bass cabinet that they're using. That could be the mic position, the mic they were using. Also, bass needs a little time to develop, so I found backing the mic up off the bass amp is not a bad thing to do. It depends what you're going for, but you could do one close mic and one backed up a few feet, and it could be good. Like back, even 3-4 feet, but like the right mic could be nice in that position. And combine it with a DI that's way more clear and in your face with no reverb on it at all. Like that's a nice sound. And I really like a DI sound bass. There's some people who don't like dry sounding basses, but I like the way that sounds. Like the Wolfpack bass tone to me is amazing. I love that, but it's not just the bass tone for Wolfpack by itself. It's all related to what else is there. Such sparse arrangements, hardly any saturation in terms of distorted guitars and stuff. So all this factors into why the bass sounds so good. And it's super direct and in your face and punchy. It's like the quintessential DI tone, which is also that quintessential kind of like Jackson 5 type tone in a way, which wouldn't surprise me if that was just, I haven't done research on this, but the Jackson 5 bass tone, they probably just ran directly into like an API console or something. And that's the bass tone. It wouldn't surprise me if there's no amp at all to create that. Toeman wrote, other than using your ears, I think doing pottery between sessions is so soothing. Feeling the clay between your hands makes you feel the music more when you come back to the session. Nice. That's insane. Now I'm picturing Toeman in the movie Ghost. That's amazing. That's awesome, dude. Audio Guy 1994. I heard that Serban does that between mixing sessions while watching Fox News. You guys are hilarious, man. Didn't know that, Audio Guy. You truly are an oracle of music knowledge. These two guys are like looking over the cubicle at each other, laughing while they type this stuff. Alex Christoph drums. Come on, TSA. GDP needs to feed his cat. It's exactly true. GDP's got to go home. I want my Japanese toilet back. We need a Japanese toilet picture for the Discord. What exactly is the difference? The people want to know. So somebody tell us. My step cousin is Serban's nephew. Nice. My step cousin is Serban's nephew. Perfect. GDP wrote, we have no idea what Discord is, but we have a server. This is true. Toeman, cool step cousin. Yes. Alex Christo, my Uncle Rick is my Auntie Bessie's grandfather. Nice. GDP dropped the Discord ID in the jam. That's awesome. Nightbot's showing up, doing its thing. Stay in check over there, Nightbot. All right, let's jump back to this real quick.
I should have known then that you were gonna draw me in. I should have known then that you were gonna draw me in. I should have known then I'd be addicted to your poison. I should have known then when I could never ever get you ever out of my mind. I should have known then that I could have known then and I could never ever get you ever out of my mind. I should have, and I could never ever get you ever out of my mind. I should have known then that I could never be yours and you could never be mine. Oh, I could never be yours and you could never be mine. You could never be mine. Never be mine. Oh, I could never be yours and you could never be mine. Oh, I could never be yours. I have died. I have died and I'm going to yours. I have died and I'm
Sorry, I keep wanting to grab this backup vocal and I keep forgetting. Here we go.
I have died and I'm going to should've known then that you were gonna try to fuck me over again. I should've known then that I was never your boy and you were never my friend. Boy, and you were never my friend. Was never.
Such a crazy fill. Only my bass player could get away with something like that. He's the only one who could get away with some like it's not like the coolest thing ever. It just works. The dude just plays stuff that always works. It's weird to me how that happens. It's like some people, man, they just got the touch. The other thing is I would make sure the dude did one take on a lot of stuff. I would just be like, that's weird. We're not doing it again. I like weird. Keep that, a lot of times. Like 1 or 2 takes, max. 3, maybe. Rarely 3. Usually 1 or 2.
I should've known then that you were gonna try to fuck me over again. I should've known then that I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy. I have died and I'm going. I was never your boy. I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died. You were never my friend. I was never.
That's right, Toe Man. The diddle 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 bass fill is fire, right? The diddle diddle diddle, man. Dude, that dude he diddles. Actually, he probably. I take that back. That's not. Nobody wants to hear that.
I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy. I have died. Never your boy. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died.
Gotta pull up that background vocal here.
I was never your boy. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I was never your boy.
downbeats of the changing parts I'm trying to be aware of. Like, I want a little more energy when the parts change.
Never your boy, and you were never my friend. Boy, and you were never my friend. And I was never your boy, and you were never my friend. I was never your boy, and you were never my friend. I was never your boy. I have died, and I'm going to hell. I have died.
Background vocal focus at the moment.
Never your boy. I have died, and I'm going to hell. I have died.
A little push it too much.
Died, and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died, and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died, and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died, and I have died, and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died, and I'm going to hell. I have died.
All right, now if you want to hold something where it is, like the kick or something, you could switch to latch. And then all I got to do is get it in position and then let it ride. The only problem with that is then you don't get back to whatever balance you had previously. And I know I was at 0. So that's the benefit of always starting with your VCAs at 0 and doing it way late in the mix, is like, you know how much you've moved something very quickly. Now, I never really look at the numbers until it's a question of like, why is the kick sound so loud? And then I look, it's like, oh, well, it's because I automated it 6 dB. That's a lot, potentially. It could be. It might be the right number, but at the same time, it's like, you know why it went awry when you kind of have a reference of at least where you started. Whereas I know some people, like, they mix through the VCAs the whole time, and then by the time they go to start automating things here and there, they're all over the place. The kick VCA could be like -14, the snare is -8, the bass is, so like you can't keep a reference point in your head of how much you've moved anything. So this makes more sense to me anyway. So you're mixing with your ears, you're listening to what works or doesn't, but at the same time, it helps to have a reference point of where you started. Now, on the drums, on the very last crash, a lot of times I like to ride the drums up so you get all that cymbal ring of the rooms and the overheads or whatever the mics are on. Sometimes it's cool, sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes it might sound unnatural if you do it wrong. It'll sound like you have a compressor set with like a super long release or something, but sometimes it could work. GDP, do we have a Discord invite link? I just dropped a picture of Uncle Rick's basement full of joy in the Discord server. Dude, take it easy. Dropping that stuff. The first post? Some weird Uncle Rick basement post? A little too crazy on that snare, huh? All right, where are we at? Where are we at? Okay, here we go. What do we got over here? What do we got? I could never be yours and you could never be mine. The diddle, 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 diddle. I was never your boy. Yep, that is true. That is true. What else? It's funny. I just try to read this stuff as it's written. Hopefully that works out well for me. Alex Christoph drums. Uncle Rick has some crazy bidet stories. Uh-oh. Is this back to the Japanese toilet? We better see what... I want somebody to post a Japanese toilet so we can see what that looks like. GDP. Japan Discord IDs are not joinable. What? GDP Japan. Discord IDs are not joinable. What does this mean? You gotta... What does this mean? We need an invite to be able to access them. Try to find a way to post the invite link here. Interesting. Okay. Well, we're on it. We are on that. Keep in mind, he might be fighting with TSA right now. We don't really know. Nobody knows. It's possible. It's likely. It's highly likely, I would say. Let's make sure guitars have the punch that we want. I try to do it all at the same time, but sometimes, like right now, guitar and bass will be my focus. I gotta like divide the focus up as I go, you know. You can't focus on everything at once, but the goal is to try.
Should've known them. I'd never get another chance with you. Should've known them. I could never be your friend. I should've known them. I'd never get another dance.
Like right there, I need more guitars this whole time, but it's not every guitar. It's like the mains.
I should've known.
Let's start from jump here.
Chance with you.
On those little out.
I'd never get another chance with you. Should've known that I could could never be your friend. I should've known then I'd never get another dance with you. I should've known then I'd never get another chance to dance with you. Never get another chance to dance with you. Never get another chance. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. Going to hell. I have died. I should've known then that you were gonna draw me in. I should've known then I'd be addicted to your poison. I should've known then when I could never ever get you ever out of my mind. I should've known then that I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be mine. I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours and you could never. I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I could never.
Jimmy Quail, what's poppin'? Jimmy Quail 1 over there. How you doing? We're trying currently to find a way to post the Discord link. If he doesn't figure that out, I'll try to figure that out for the Discord invite jam. But yeah, we got links, we got Discords, we got invites. You know how we do over here. What's going on, Jimmy Quail? What's popping over there? We are in the automation stages. We're at final stages of this mix, finishing touches, really. And as we go through, I'm just making sure we could hear things the way I want. I'm on the guitar at the moment. I've automated a bunch of stuff at once, but I couldn't really focus on the guitar simultaneously, so I'm listening to that a bit now, trying to keep a zoomed out ear. This pre-chorus needs to do some juicing.
I'd never get another chance to dance with you. Never get another chance to dance with you. Never get another chance. I have died and I'm going to chance. have known then that you were gonna draw me in. I should have known. I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours. I have died.
It's the freaking wow.
Never be yours. I have died and I'm going to hell. I never be yours. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I should have known then that you were gonna try to fuck me over again. I should have known then that I was never your boy and you were never my friend.
That dual harmony Alex Kristoff wrote. Oh, here we go. That dual harmony on yours sounds like a pipe organ. Nice, I think. Maybe not. Maybe not nice. I don't know. What do you tell? You tell me. You like pipe organs? GDP wrote, Evan's in charge of the server. As soon as he figures out the invitation, he'll try to let you guys know in the chat or comment section after the stream. Yeah, I bet you. We'll see how easy it is to find that thing. I bet if I go in and just open Discord, I could probably figure out where the link is. It might take 2 seconds. I might do it during the stream at the very end of it. We'll see. We'll see how easy it is to find that thing. I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy. I have died. Your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy. really boost in this background vocal because it sounds cool.
I'm died and I'm going to hell. I'm died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I've died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died and I'm going.
Thanks, Jimmy Quail. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. All right, last time in this spot. I do hear a pipe organ go pretty cool, but that was that filter freak thing, like taking the overtones from a Echo Boy on muffled echo or something, gives you weird overtones with the echo, and then hitting the filter freak with the one of those sweeps is giving us this this pipe organ sound. It almost sounds like a slide on the pipe organ. I think that's what you're talking about. I dig that if you're talking about that. Getting the chills, man. That's what's up. Well, this is a trippy song. If you can get the chills, that's awesome. That means we're doing something okay. I just wanted to bring the guitar up a smidge where that guitar solo comes in, like as a whole, all of them. I think it's fine, but like, where is that? It's right here. Yeah, pushing it a little too much. Coolest part about the automation too is you could do a run and then just like undo, listen, and while it's playing, you'll hear like what it was before you did it. Then you could redo, like I was just doing, and just judging this 1 dB boost of guitar and what it does to the flavor and whether it's good or bad. But you could do it in real time with Command Z and then Shift Command Z, and I'm just listening on and off with that little automation move. I noticed that guitar fade needs work. Where is it? Something ain't faded. Something ain't faded. Where is it? Somewhere over here. It's these. I'm looking at the meters to tell me where that is, just so I can kind of approach it. You just kind of don't want it to abruptly cut out like that. That's good. Usually I'll check this in headphones too, just to turn it up super loud, but I have the audio cranked. Okay. I think we've done it. We've done it, guys. I can't believe we've done it. I think we've done it. I can believe we've done it. I can't believe we've done it. I think we've done it. Let's see.
Yeah, should've known that I could never be your friend.
What's going on? Let's check this out. Oh, we got Kalen. What is it? I gotta say this right. Kalen Kibler 6049. The vibe of the song is sick, and the mix approach you've been taking is super insightful. Obviously, there's no one size fits all answer. Do you have an average point where you try to finish? Like a point where you feel you've been spinning your wheels too long and doing more harm than good for the energy and vibe? Yeah. For me, it's yes, absolutely. I appreciate the compliment. First of all, thank you for the kind words. It's always appreciated. And to your point, also want to say what up to Mr. Psychotronic real quick. You did catch the stream, man. What's up, guys? Happy New Year to you too, man. How you doing? Awesome. Thanks for stopping by. Kalen Kibler, right? So for me, it's like the bulk of the mixing process starts with like dialing in things to get stuff out of each other's way. So when you think about it on a broad scopes, right? Fader moves first, pan moves first. So you can just get a sense of where things need to sit when the balance of the faders only and the pan knobs are set. Then I like to think about EQ as just there are other faders. That's all it is. Like an EQ in the graphic sense is you could actually see faders on every frequency that you have access to, right? So I think of EQ like that. So to me, that's all part of the same thing. It's like turning up the low end of the bass is no different than if you had a fader for low end of bass. So I just look at it all like faders and pan, and that's the beginning steps of the bulk of it. That's why I put 2 EQs on every channel before I do anything. One of them is usually a channel strip, so I have more at my fingertips, but 2 EQs because they're different flavors or colors. Every EQ has a little bit of a color unless it's like a Pro Q3. And my style of mixing, since I've been doing these streams, I used to mix hybrid all the time. And now when I mix in the box, I prefer to use colorful EQs, at least for one of the 2 that I put on every channel that I'm going to need to mess with. Colorful like 1073, 1081, API 550A, the Vision channel strip, which has the B in it, like something that has big, wide cues. I did a mix with only Pultex. Like, I like to use colorful EQs that give you not just a clean frequency boost cut situation. I really like adding some kind of flavor from a plugin that has it built in that you couldn't get rid of it if you tried. I like that. And when I start every mix, I'm adding 2 EQs. In this case, it's the SSL 4KB and the 1081. And those are my 2 favorites, I would have to say. The SSL 4KG is right up there with the B for me, but the B is vibey, and it's, also kind of colorful. But between that channel strip and the 1081, that covers most of my bases, because every EQ, it's not like you always use both, but certain things one will work better than the other, and it keeps me out of the menus. So to your point, mixes go bad the more time you spend listening to the track. Absolutely. So the goal for there is eliminate looking through menus as much as possible. Have your template set up where if you want to throw a few effects on vocals that you always use, that's what you're looking at. That's green, that always gets imported, has a dB verb on one, filtering the top and bottom, but then dB verb, and then that kind of thing. This one will have Echo Boy on it. This one has the H910 harmonizer, into a little plate, into an R comp to do that sidechain ducking thing. So, like my thing is, most of the time I don't want to spend going through menus. And I find once you take that out of the picture, now you're saving some time so your ears stay a little fresh. Once you go through and get a nice balance of stuff, at that point, like the next step for me is, okay, the balance is there on faders and pans and everything else. Now, what do we do? Is it unruly where it needs to be compressed? Something like bass, I already know going in, you need to compress a bass. I've never really pulled up a bass and been like, this is perfect, I don't need compression. Unless it's some sort of weird sample, you got to like put that thing in check. Otherwise, the attack is usually too much. You don't hear enough consistency. Like there's so many things you got to do to bass. So for me, that comes in the template. And a lot of saturation plugins is really what we're dealing with. A lot of saturation, a lot of flavor, and, compressing at the end of the chain. And once I'm done with stuff like that, so picture you go through the session and you get a balance where you like it and all that stuff I just mentioned on every track. Then I'll throw on the mix bus stuff. So until I've done all this stuff, it doesn't matter if it's taken me 6 hours to get to that point. It doesn't usually take that long. But if it does, like I got to get there. I got to get where I'm pretty happy. Then I got to put on at least, lately I've been putting mix bus stuff on before automation. I used to do it afterwards, but I've been experimenting with it before because I'm breaking the stream into two, like mixing a song from scratch, part 1 and part 2. And it's way easier for me to get a sense of if I'm in the ballpark. Once I've gotten the balance to be kind of solid, now let's add the flavor I like to add in the mix bus style chain. Like, lately it's been the sidecar, but it could be anything. It could be a curve bender into a Shadow Hills compressor. It could be curve bender into an Unfair Child. It could be the SPL PQ into the SPL Iron. Like, just pick whatever you like. I put that on the mix bus. Maybe something else like the ML4000 Mic DSP I've been throwing on there lately too. I go through phases where it's like I really crave a sound that one of these plugins has. It's not unlike gear. Every piece of gear will have a flavor. So you might go through a period where you just love the way, API, the API preamp sounds on kick drum. And then you might be like, I prefer the sound. Let's throw a Neve on there instead. Oh, now I like that. Now you'll go through phases. So I go through phases while I'm mixing of like, I use this plugin all the time for a few months or a few weeks. And then I switch to some other one, but lately I've been adding the Mic DSP more and more. The ML4000 is a lot of flavor to it. It's not just a multiband. It does add a lot of color to the mix, no matter what you set it on. It's always going to, if it's working, it's adding something colorful. And, either something like gold clip or inflator at the, after the Mic DSP. Like lately I've been doing either gold clip or inflator. And then that's about it. It could be that you could end the chain right there. Or if you didn't want to use Mic DSP thing a bunch of times, I'll just go like the sidecar into gold clip into, Pro L2 or something. But the point is, once I get that set, I don't care if that took 3 hours, 2 hours, or 6 hours, like whatever it is. Okay. And then I listen to it from a point of view of where can I bring more life to it? Automation. Automation is the best way to bring life to stuff. You listen to any mix by Clear Mountain and you wonder why you love it. It's because he's automating stuff. You listen to Andy Wallace. Why do you love it? Because he's automating stuff. It's like there's this, it's not a magic to how you mix. It's you can't skimp on the important things. And important things are little bits of movement. So when you look at my automation, you can see what I'm talking about. And the song doesn't always have to start with crazy automation moves. In other words, it's a roller coaster. It's got to start and build from something. So generally, the balance you have set will work for the initial intro or verse, because if it didn't work, you would have probably tweaked it before you got to the automation stage. So it's not like you have to touch everything all the time. But like the verse needed a little bit of love to hear every word. Maybe the guitar needed a little bit of love to hear the riff more. There's different things that I do to make the excitement start to happen, to come out of the mix, to kind of direct your focus to where I want you to focus while you're listening. Because at the end of the day, a mix is an opinion. And my opinion is, listen to this at this moment. Check this out. This thing is the thing that's most important now. Needs to be heard a little more clear. So it's the constant little bit push-pull. And when I say pull, it's really just let go of the fader because it's on touch. Go back to where it was before I started doing automation. That's the beauty of the touch. You let go and it might dip back on you, back to wherever you started where you had a good balance. So once I don't care how long that takes me. I know I have to do it. It's very rare where I'll get done with the mix and be like, it's perfect. I don't need automation. So once I've like gone through these processes of that stuff, then it's done. Because at that point, I'm like, okay, I like it. Unless there's something that bugs me when I listen and I go, all right, well, we nailed a bunch of this, but this one thing still bugs me. Sometimes it's cymbals. The cymbals still bug me. I'll go back to the overheads and just notch out a little more 6K or something, because I don't like a whoosh whoosh. That kind of thing. It's not usually giant moves that I keep making in circles. It's like, okay, what's like, does the kick need to poke out a little bit more? Do we need to gut the middle a little and make it more snappy in the top, and get rid of some of the body of it? Maybe. So things like that might get exposed after you've gotten your automation to sit the way you like. You might be like, all right, we're still losing the kick here, and I'm boosting it like 2, 3, 4 dB. I don't want to boost it more. Let's make it more punchy on the track. So every once in a while you have to, little tweaks, you're going back, little finishing touches, but once you get done with that stage of it, there's, as far as I'm concerned, you've done it all. You've checked all the boxes, and your ears should tell you that I have a limit of, like, your brain should tell you I have a time limit. So when I'm doing something like this, I think, I started at 2, it's been about 4 hours, and yesterday we went like 6:45 or something like that. So anywhere but like 1 day on a mix is good to try to get yourself into that box of being like able to do it in a day's work, which could be 8 hours, it could be 10 hours. Like, every song's different. And this one is definitely more on the weirder side and more dense in certain places and more maybe arrangement help it needed or something. So I felt it the whole time that it was harder to get things into position where I liked it. And as that's going on, it's still going to fall right into the category of, like, done in technically a long day's work if it wasn't split up into 2. That's kind of how I think about it. It's like, that should be it. If you work on a mix for a day or 2, there's a certain point after that, if you've kept a good pace, that you're just chasing your tail, and like you said, so you just got to kind of know that. Like, you just got to kind of know when you've done it all, when you've checked all the boxes. And it's not like every song needs the same thing. Some songs, I'll do 2 passes of automation and be like, perfect. It didn't need hardly any, and I just did a little. Some songs don't need any of the flavor tracks. But today, all we really did was flavor, some finishing touch stuff here or there, little things, and automation. But to me, that's a big part of the mix. That part, that's its own thing, those things. And everyone should think about it like that, in my opinion. But I know everyone mixes different. But those things, like, my mixes changed a lot when I started focusing on the automation moves. I started focusing on, the flavor tracks I've been doing for a long time. Like, for a long, long time, I've realized the value of, putting throws and different things together onto separate tracks. And I later learned Tom Elmhurst does it that way, and like so many other people that mix do that, because it gives the artist something to be like, I don't know what you're doing, but I love it. That kind of thing. It gives them like a reason to say that. And taste will determine how much you do it. And you don't always get it right. Sometimes you'll add too much and the artist wants less. There's no right or wrong. And at the end of the day, you want to please the person who's hired you. So it's not like, you shouldn't fight on that kind of thing. It's just a different opinion. Their opinion is less of that. Your opinion was it was the right amount. You meet in the middle or closer to where they're at, because they have to love it. So, but a lot of times if you don't give that to people, and you hear it, like, it could be great to have this, but they don't know what you're hearing in your head. They don't know it could be great. They just know where it's at now. Not everybody doesn't want you to add anything. Some people are going to be like, that's amazing what you did there. Like, I don't know what you're adding. I love it. Like, what is that? You try to make something greater than what's there. The whole combination of the picture should be great. You should basically be able to put the picture in the best light possible for the listener, but also make it sound awesome. And if that means a little bit better than where it's at, elevate it, not just deliver the picture clear, but deliver the picture clear and elevated. That could be a win. But literally everyone has their own opinion on this stuff. So you're not always going to line yours up with theirs. It's about having good communication also to achieve what they're going for. And also not trusting what people say. Sometimes they'll be like, do your thing. I just want you to do your thing. But they don't mean that. They mean do the thing they're thinking in their head that we don't know. because we can't read minds. It's very difficult to figure that out. But yeah, this is so much fun. That's the thing. As long as you're having fun, like when I'm doing this, I'm having fun. Me and GDP timed it one time. Half the time I do the stream is like answering questions, talking, chilling in the chat. The other half is mixing. And it's if I was just mixing on my own, everything would take about half the time. Because I was saying that to myself. I was like, why do the mixes take so much longer when I'm on stream? And I was like, oh, because half the time I'm not mixing. But something to that effect. It's not exactly half, but it could be. It's close, and it's just how it is. But I enjoy it. That's how think about this too. When you're mixing, you'll get way better results if you don't sit there mixing without any other interaction in life for like 6 hours, 8 hours. That's not what I do. Like by breaking off and talking to the chat and being in there, it's a break. It resets my ears. I'm not hearing the song. Then I come back, I'm fresh. That's why like the best thing people could do, I think, is mix and then, jump into a stream and be part of this community and talk about whatever it is you got going on your mix while you're in other words, you've got this up. You're watching the stream while you're mixing. You know how cool that is? It's like we're all in the same studio in different rooms dealing with the same problems. It's like if anyone can relate, it's the crew over here. You guys can relate to other people mixing. And it's an awesome, everybody's welcome. Come through. Yeah, so I hope I didn't just go too long. Sometimes I rant. But yeah, Mr. Psychotronic. Mr. Psychotronic wrote, later, Jimmy Quail, by the way, I just see you dropped the piece in there. Later, man. I'm glad you dug the stream. I'm glad you caught it. Orchestra Zagini wrote, hey, Evan, I'm super late, but better late than never. They say, absolutely. Absolutely, man. It's good. Orchestra Zagini, you're awesome. I hope I'm saying that right. Zagini. We'll call you Orchestra because that isn't a word I can pronounce. But yeah, that's awesome. Glad you caught this. Mr. Psychotronic wrote, what's up, GDP? All fine on my side. Just put my cam/teleprompter together for the next synthesizer exploration show together. New experimental synth machine is coming in the next weeks from Berlin. Nice. I don't know about you. Like, I don't play keyboards, but I'm fascinated by synths. Like, I'm fascinated by the analog synth racks where you patch the stuff and you run it through filters. I'm fascinated by that. I'm sure there's a way to use that on a guitar somehow, but I know like a lot of the people who roll with the synths are, keyboardists also. But that's awesome. That's exciting. Orchestra Zagini wrote, ear housekeeping is the most difficult and important part of mixing. Agree. Oh yeah, 100%. Best thing you could do also is mix quietly as long as you can. You'll turn it up as you go kind of naturally, but just try to keep it low. Otherwise, you can't work consistently like day after day. You'll just wake up with ringing or go to bed with ringing, and then that compounds, and that's not good. But it happens. It's also not the end of the world. I have ringing in my ears. It's just, I've explained it on my channel before, but I had this incident when I was a bit younger where I got this constant ringing. So it doesn't say that, nobody's ears nobody's ears are totally fine. I'll just tell you that. Like, I'm sure some people's are, but what I'm saying is most people who work in audio, they got ear stuff going on. Trust. It's just a function of being in audio. And for me, it was something unaudio related completely, but, it still messed me up nonetheless. Kaylin Kibler wrote, fantastic response. Thank you, man. I appreciate that, Kaylin. And you got Kaylin right, by the way. I find your mix insights super interesting because I come from a place of doing all in the box and super processed, low-tuned metal. Interesting. Super processed, low-tuned metal. That's its own thing. That's its own thing because stuff can get really muddy really fast when everything is really distorted. There's sort of a sweet spot. Once you get into a like super distorted, very low tuned game, things have to kind of do different things. I remember Brendan O'Brien said something about how when he was mixing Korn, the Fieldy's bass being like so clanky. Like he took some of that out, and they're like, "What'd you do? Put the clank, put Fieldy back." Like, and they were just talking about the top end of his bass. They were just talking about the clankiness, and like that's part of his sound. That's part of what they do. And I may be getting the story a little off, but he, put it back or whatever. All I know is I love the Korn mixes. They sound so good, especially that era where Brendan O'Brien was rocking everybody's mix, and he mixed Korn, and they said it sounds amazing. Yeah, but pretty amazing stuff. What do we got? Yeah, it's tough to. Every genre has its difficulties in different respects. Caleb wrote, or Kaylin wrote, I've been trying to do exactly what you said and using different plugins and experimenting for my sound and what crossover I like between digital slammed and more analog style processing. Yeah. As long as your experimentation is like everything you're experimenting on, just make it your own taste, man. Don't try to make stuff sound like other bands. Like, references can really be, they're kind of good for technical things, but they're not good. Like, no reference is the perfect reference. The instrumentation in it's different, the arrangement's different, so it's never going to be the perfect reference for you, as far as I'm concerned. Like, you just have to use it for what it's good for in like one aspect. Like, you want a snare drum to be close to something, or you're thinking, why is the snare so good on this album I like? You can analyze that, but you have to listen to it as a whole. How much low end is on other things that makes the snare drum sound the way it does. How much low end's on the snare drum? Like, how does it connect? Because it's all connected. That's the truth. It's like the reason something sounds the way it does is because of how the other things sound. I've been trying to do, it's, Mr. Psychotronic said, when will the Discord be accessible? Any plans? It's honestly, so what I plan on doing, because GDP sent me pretty much how to do it, when the stream's over, I'm going to try to do what he sent, and I'm going to post that invite link I'll post it as a comment on this stream, so that everybody who's on this stream just, it takes like an hour to process it as soon as it's done. So if you check it tomorrow or check it today, just check that in the comment section. And I may even post it in the community on YouTube too. I've never posted there yet, or maybe I posted there once. I'll post it so you guys can find it on this video and maybe there also, like the YouTube community section. But yeah, it should be. I don't know. We don't know how to, like, I'll be honest. I don't know how to use the Discord thing at all. I don't know what goes on there. I've never been on it, but I'm excited. And we have one. So, awesome. I set it up and I'm just like, now what, GDP? He's like, I don't know. It's great. But I'm excited. Kaylin wrote, and automation, oh my God, there are so many things opening up to me recently, realizing that songwriting and mixing are equally creative and important in most cases. Yeah. They're totally different sides of like the thing, but they're definitely, the songwriting side is one side. The engineering and production side to me is one side. And then mixing is a whole nother side. So like that, those three parts, all creative, all require sort of being open-minded to whatever. You cannot come in with a preconceived notion. You've got to open-minded to anything to be great at all those things. Songwriting, engineering / producing at being one thing, and then mixing being a whole nother thing. And a lot of times when you're mixing, you're going to be doing some sort of like production bleeds into mixing and what we do. It's just part of it, It's very rare you're going to get someone where they just want you to like throw it up on a console and just tweak some EQs and print it, and that's the mix. It's very rare. So it can work. It sometimes happens. It's just rare. That's what I'm saying. So there's some sort of stuff you're going to be changing, adding, little this, little that. Like, it's going to be part of it. And that's super creative. We got, what do we got? Kaylin wrote, symbols, too bright yet too dull, and yet too washy yet too short. Well, there's some fixes for that. Too bright, like my thing is 6K sucks. If I had a t-shirt, it would say 6K sucks because that's where a lot of cymbal pain lies for me. And it's not always depending on the cymbal, but I hate like 5 to 6K is just what you need to get rid of. I would say like I center usually somewhere around 6K. You'll see it on my almost every mix I do. If the cymbals get annoying, 6K on an SSL or whatever, get rid of it. And you could tighten the Q up if you want, but start with it kind of down the center. See if you like it there, and then tighten it up if you want to get some back. But I sort of like getting rid of that. That'll solve your bright problem. Too dull, take like a mag EQ, crank the frequency up to like, the air band, and then boost the top. So get rid of the 6K. You'll need to do it on another EQ because that one goes to 2.5K. So I don't usually use the mag. I'll use like a 1081 or something. I love the mag EQ. I might do a whole mix using the mag EQ, but it's the top band, if not the air band, is 2.5K. So if you're using the air band for the air part of it, then you don't have a 6K to remove. So what I'm saying is 1081, I like that on 15K because it's just super top end. The SSL-G is cool too because you can set it with the multiplier function on the high mid. You could set that up higher than you could even get with the high band. So you set that up and basically widest Q you got and boost. You're basically bringing up a lot of the top to get the cymbals to not be dull. So they'll be nice and shiny because you're bringing up all this air. Then you're getting rid of the pain still, so they'll still be okay because you're cutting 6K. You got what I'm saying? And then not cutting all of it, just enough of it to not be a problem. It could be 5 dB, 6 dB, however much of a problem it is. Then too washy, yet too short. Well, it's funny. You do have a good understanding of stuff because the stuff that you're talking about is they all go together. Like washiness for me is when you have cymbals that are too compressed, or you're using a compressor on cymbals, you might get a constant whooshy wash. I hate that. But the solve for too short of cymbals is to add a little bit of compression and make them longer because you'll hear the end, they'll ring. So yeah, it's just a delicate balance. I don't like to put compression on cymbals if I can help it, or rooms. Like no overheads, no rooms get compression if I can help it. I'd rather just solve it with volume if I can help it. But if you have the right mics for it, you may use a crush mic and, crank the compression on that. And that'll bring up some of the cymbals. But ideally, it's behind a wall or something, like Bonham, Zeppelin, like that, like an outside the room mic that doesn't have brightness on it. And you crank that and you'll get a very cool kind of really giant big drum sound by using a crush mic in another room, or if you don't have that, like behind a gobo, just something where it won't be capturing the direct sound of the drum kit. You want reflections to hit it first, and you want it to be less bright. But yeah. Orchestra's a genie. I have the strange method of semi-mixing while recording, so I'll have the right perspective of what I wish it to sound like. It's not a bad idea. I just wouldn't put plugins on while you're recording. That's the thing. The weird thing is people who mix while they go, to me, like that works so well when you have analog gear. Works really well because you can commit the sounds the way that's mixing while you go. You're running through gear, you love it, you're committing the stuff. Then you're using Pro Tools as a tape machine just to play back what you've done. And, get the faders in position where like now you're mixing while you go like that. Great. But the concept of putting on plugins could work too. If you commit them, that might be a move. Like get a sound you like and commit it. Take 3 mics. If you like the blend and how that is, commit the 3 into 1. And now you've got the guitar sound. Instead of 3 mics, 3 channels, you got like 1 channel of guitar with 3 mics blended the way you liked. That makes sense. Stuff like that makes sense. Making decisions, committing. You'll get a better result every time. Don't worry about the fear of like, what if I do it wrong? What if it's, not a good idea? Just save the session before you do it. So you can always go back if you needed to, but it's still a bad idea to even give yourself that out, commit it, and then be like, I picked this because I like the sound of this, so I'm going to go with it. And a mixer will make it work. And he'll actually prefer that he doesn't have the choice to make it blended different, because he'll make it sound different, but you may like the other way. There's no right way, you know? I like using the rear mic on a guitar cabinet because it sounds better to me, because it's not so pokey and annoying. So like I'll use that combined with the front mic, but I like to feature the back mic more because it's warmer, you know? It's just kind of something I do a lot. But yeah, what else? We got, I like that. Caitlin wrote, this is my way. I don't really mix for people often, but combining your own music with mixing makes this stuff so much more confusing, yet obvious all the time. That's so true, man. That's so true. Mr. Psychotronic 5406 wrote, ear reset is key. Yeah. This is an ear reset for me, by the way. Orchestra is perfect. Nice, man. Kaylin wrote, sorry for spamming the chat. A couple of beers and actually catching the stream was too good to pass up. Don't be apologetic, man. I love it. You're not spamming it. You're adding quality information. Orchestra wrote, and it's also true you might love mixes the original mixer is not happy with. It's a strange thing with references. Yes. 100%. But that's why it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter who's happy with what. It doesn't even matter if you love what you did, because you may hate it today, and then a month from now you may love it. That's happened a gabillion times. That's billion with a capital G in the front of it. It's a gabillion times. People hate the stuff today. They listen later and they're like, man, that's better than I thought. I can't believe that I thought this wasn't good. So we're our own worst critics. And if we let ourselves, we won't release nothing, never be done with nothing. We'll always think it's bad, because it's human nature to think we could do better all the time. So don't expect that not to be the case. Expect you might not love it, but if you went through the paces and you literally said to yourself, I've worked on this as best I possibly can, and I'm trying to develop skills and get better, that's the most you could do. You know? It's not like you're going to hate it on the second day, love it on the 17th day if you just keep working on it. That's not the case. You're going to hate it on the 17th day just as much as on the third day, unless you trick yourself into thinking you don't, but you actually hate it. So you might as well get done. And I bet you that earlier version's better. If you were to compare the two, like 6 months down the line, you'd be like, the earlier version was better. That's usually how that works. You know, nobody learns how to mix like a new thing every day, and then after 17 days, it's perfect. Like, that doesn't happen. What do we got here? Orchestra wrote, yep, that's the one I just read. Mr. Psychotronic, woohoo! Discord party starting. Nice. That's where we're at. At 26, this is Kaylin wrote, I'm finally learning this at 26. Quick reference tests and proper ear rest has changed everything for me. Yeah, it helps. Ear rest is everything. If you're going to reference stuff, make sure you level match. You know, if you have a plugin like Adapter AB, that's a lifesaver. Mr. Psychotronic wrote, you're early. It took me till into my 30s. Yeah, there's never a right time. It's all the right time. Like, it's perfect time to learn and get better every day. Doesn't matter how old you are. I know people who didn't start getting into doing like music until they were in their 40s or 50s, and you know, they love it and it takes up their whole life, and they couldn't imagine doing it the other way. So they couldn't imagine not having music in their life, but they didn't even pick it up. And then I know a lot of people, I was talking about this with a good friend of mine the other day, people whose like parents forced them into music when they were young and like take lessons and like, you know, in classical music and things like that. They hate playing music so much after, because they were forced to, most of these people, that they give it up as soon as they have a choice, they just give it up. And that's unfortunate. People who are basically like pushed away from it because people force them to do it. So it's interesting how that works. And people like us, like, we can't imagine that because we live and breathe it. If you're over here watching this, you live and breathe it, so I get it. Orchestra Zagini wrote, also use no compressors on cymbals, just limiters. Don't even use limiters. A limiter is a compressor. Don't use a limiter or a compressor on cymbals. They're all good. Well, it's not an always thing. If you're trying to excite them and stuff, and the part the drummer played was perfect, that like nothing's washy, the way he hit the cymbal, how many times he hit it in a, like, maybe you can get away with compressing it. I hate compression on cymbals. That's a personal choice. I don't like it. I'd rather just get the volume right, EQ them a little bit, and then I'm usually happy. I may do some drum parallel stuff and the cymbals don't go there. You know, I'll keep them out of the parallel compression because I don't want those cymbals to get the way they do when you compress them. It's a sound. And if you like that, then I'm not telling you shouldn't do it. I'm just saying I don't do it. And when I do it, it's always a weird one-off for me. And in this case, like yesterday, I had them on. Today, I turned them off. I took it out of the compression. I like it way better because the cymbals breathe naturally. As soon as you start compressing them, they don't. To me, all right? That's how I look at it. They don't sound the way I like drums to sound. But that's my personal taste. Kaylin wrote, with plugins, I end up mixing into them as well as top-down mixing with the master bus and then make slight tweaks for what's needed along the way. It's because I'm a songwriter at heart. Yeah, look, there's nothing wrong with that. I would recommend if you wind up doing stuff, what you should do is like mix your stuff that way. You know, basically you're acting as the songwriter and the producer is what you're doing because you're flavoring and tweaking and warping and changing the sound while you go. You know, producers who do stuff like that, you could commit those effects when you send it to somebody to mix it for you if you wanted. And you're still like what you've done is actually act as the songwriter and the producer. You could have somebody put a mix on that and it might sound awesome. If you're trying to mix it all yourself, then you're essentially the producer and the mixer. And through history, that's way more rare. That person who could do that, who produced the stuff and also mixed it, it's very rare. I just want you to realize that. It was not like everyone did that. The opposite of that. You know, Brendan O'Brien was the producer and mixer on his stuff. I bet you it would be hard to name 10 more people who were that. You could get maybe close, 5, but 10 is tough out of everybody who's ever done it. You know, so I'm just saying, it's its own unique thing. You know, Brendan O'Brien there's a reason to me he's like top of the mountain as far as, because he was not only an amazing musician, by the way, also amazing musician on guitar, on keyboards. Like he's playing keys on a lot of records. I bet you don't even know he's playing keys on. And, you know, he did the solo on the Black Crowes album for Hard to Handle. I'm saying like one of the biggest Black Crowes songs. He's doing the solo on that on the guitar because the guitarist wasn't available. But the dude knew how to engineer. I mean, Blood Sugar Sex Magic sounds amazing. He knew how to engineer. He knew how to produce. He knows how to mix. You know, he mixed Super Unknown. Talk about an album that sounds amazing. Beinhorn produced it, but Brendan O'Brien mixed it. And that's what I'm saying is that's way more common for the guy who produces to send it to a mixer. But it's also about the industry around that time too. There were guys who were mixers who would take over, and it was, you know, in large part to cover their bets so that the label would think they have a safety a little bit of like, this has got to be great because it's this guy doing it, and these other songs that are all hits are the same guy. So we have the best shot if we use this guy. So there's a large part of it that was that, but the talent can't be denied either. You know, his mixes are ridiculously good. Same with Clear Mountain, you know, but Clear Mountain, he produced stuff also, if I'm not mistaken. It's just not as much stuff that you might, maybe more. I don't know. That's a good question. But it's just some of the stuff Brendan produced is like my favorite stuff. And then the stuff he mixed is also my favorite stuff. So it's interesting. We got, what do we got? Kaylin wrote, makes things consistent for me with room and changes for me with room for changes when I want. Yeah, that makes sense. Orchestra is a genius. When I've made great mixes, I thought of being crap months later. I thought, hell, what's been on your mind? Boy, you've really been so good. It's true. Time tells you a lot. It's true, man. Yeah, time will tell you so much, and it will also probably tell you that some of the work you did was actually pretty good. Don't censor it. GDP's taking off. That's awesome, man. The flight attendants are going to kill him. Uh-oh. You're good, dude. You'll be good. You'll probably be up in the air already. Hopefully, 5 minutes after he sent that. Orchestra wrote, right, I'll try to keep limiters off next time. Never tried it, so that will be interesting. Yeah, like just try to do it with volume moves. Get the volume louder than you might have put it otherwise. It's not like the compressor is helping you. It might be helping you hear the cymbals. That's what I'm saying. You might have to just bring them up. That's it. But how are you miking the cymbals? Are they overheads? Is it space pair? Is it XY? Like, what are we dealing with here? Are they too far from the drums? I really like the Dave Jordan style of getting the cymbal mics kind of close to the drums. I love that. Like closer to the cymbal because it makes it sound more direct rather than kind of more. It'll be washier the further away the mics are. That's an interesting thought. But I like that one. It's a Dave Jordan thing. Caitlin wrote, I've tried my best to be objective in that regard and come back a day later and say, damn, those low mids are intense. And then tweet, Clear Mountain is also a master tech as far as I know. Great. Yeah. Oh, we're talking about the top of the top, man. It's really a shame what happened to his studio. And Caitlin wrote, obviously this is a whole different convo with mixes that are final. Yeah, it's you'd be surprised how many people never finish stuff. It's like I wish I could free them from their own critic inside their head. I wish I could free them from that so that they could finish stuff and then look back and say, man, this is good stuff. Like, I'm glad I released it. Because that's what happens when you put out music. No matter what happens with it and whatever, you're going to appreciate it. You're going to learn from it. It might be able to be made better at some point, so you'll redo it later. There's not like you don't have to wait for it to be perfect because it'll never be perfect, ever. And here's another crazy tip I'll drop real quick. All the best producers, all of them, they all have something in common. It's they know when things are good enough. They know when it's ready. And that's not the same as saying, oh, it's perfect, so it's ready. No. They know when the vibe is there, the feeling was there, the performance was there, and they don't let the artist do another. It's good enough. This is great. And part of being a producer is actually being like an emotional coach for the artist to make sure that they get stuff, they get out of their own way. That's really what they're great at. The best producers make sure artists get out of their own way. So, in order to do that, you have to have a filter that actually accepts when things could be good, which means you can't have this negative internal voice telling you nothing's ever good. That wouldn't actually work. So all those producers that you're like, why is this guy the best? Why is he winning awards? Why is he such a great producer? It's because he doesn't hate himself. So he lets himself tell himself when it's good, and he doesn't make it take eternity to get there. He's looking for a reason to say it's good. He's looking for something to be like, I'm feeling this, it's good. And then he trusts, and he goes with it. The best producers do that, man. It's huge. They don't look for the reason to be like, this is bad, nothing I do works. Like, if you have that mindset, if you were like, oh, it's taking forever, you're always gonna be like that. Anyway, there's a lot here, but let me just take a quick check on this so I can print the final and we'll call it quits with this song because I'm feeling like it might be there. And that was a solid, I love the chat. You guys are awesome and it's a great time. And I'm definitely going to post that Discord link. I also want to just keep this moving so that I'm finished with this track right about now. Right about now. The Funk Soul Brother. I think I want to play this and just listen to it and hope to be happy because I'm feeling like I think I did everything before we started the chat part of what I just did, where I felt good about it. I'm pretty sure I felt good about it. I was just doing the last fade. That was the last thing I did. It was that guitar fade that bugged me.
Should've known that I'd never get enough. I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I have died. I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died.
So one of the reasons this song was very difficult to mix was because the hi-hat's being played with reckless abandon. It's just being whacked wide open, pretty much. Just a hammer on a freaking glass. You know, that's really what we're dealing with here. So there's parts of this where I did fight with these cymbals, and the only thing that worked for me was taking off all compression. Let's see what we have here. Yep, dynamics are off. Let's see what the rooms are doing. So there is a touch of compression on the rooms. A touch, which is rare for me, but it's there.
That I could never.
Just that first little 3-light flickering. You see the 3-light flickering? That's pretty much as little bit of a compression as you get with on a 2-to-1 ratio. I mean, we're talking just a little flicker. On the overheads, it's off. Dynamics are off.
So you could never be mine. I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died.
So the rooms, what it's really doing is making them louder. The best way to do a test as far as whether this is going to be better or worse with or without compression, the best move for the rooms would be to just take the dynamics off. So if I came in here and I turned this off, I turned this off, but then I turned it up like 5 dB, because you'd have to compensate for where it's at right now. You'd have to kind of do that. So I could do that. I mean, there's no reason why I can't do that. Let's just make sure we don't have any weird groups on that are going to mess us all up. I'll save it just to make sure we're there. We could always get back. And now I just plan on, let's group the overheads. Let's go in here. And let's just hit it with like 5 dB is just my estimate, my guess of approximately what might get us back to where it was with the compression.
That I could never be yours and you could never be mine.
Nice, man. We got somebody else I don't remember seeing before. That's cool. Everybody who's new to the chat, just so you guys know, I am such a fan of you guys, man. I love it. Like, all you guys are awesome. And everybody's welcome to join in, talk, chat, throw something about audio in here, anything. Work on your own music. Just tell us what you're working on. Love all of that stuff, because as far as I'm concerned, that's what we're doing. We're creating a giant studio for people to basically check out what's going on next door to them and, share their what's going on with their problems with their audio today, what's going on with their mix. Like, that's kind of this cool thing. It's like we're all in one studio and you just pop in and, how's it going with you? What's up with your artist? What's the deal? How did they like the last song you sent? It's just what happens in a studio. It's like this normal back and forth. And that's kind of what we're doing over here. We're building a community like that. And I think with everybody working alone, it's the most necessary thing ever, because more people work alone today than ever before. And this is sort of unnatural. So we're creating a way to make it more natural. We got Antibalas 79. We've got, he wrote, is 36 too old to pursue music? No way. No chance. If you're alive, it's not too old to pursue music. Bill Withers started doing music when he was, already had 3 careers or something. And the dude dropped amazing song after song after song. So there's no age that's too old. I should say, so let me go back to what Kaylin wrote. I should say stems of sources. I should say, where am I? I should say stems or sources that are final. My ability to tweak all tracks is a blessing and a curse. Yeah. That's why you commit stuff and you try to lose that file. Literally, you won't regret it. You might regret it the first time. Then you'll realize what you would have done different. And then the next time you won't regret it. The one after it, you'll realize the benefit. Orchestra wrote, I produced an album for a German synth band, and it's true. Your main part is to say, stop, we got it. It might take some negotiations. That's your main job. Yeah, that's the main job, is to keep the train on the tracks, man, and get it to where its destination is. That's the goal. And that definitely includes making sure the artist doesn't derail it. 100%. Anti-Ballast 79, music. Orchestra wrote 36. You're still young. Go for it. Exactly, man. Kaylin's replying to Andy Ballas. I don't think it's too late for anything, barring extreme physical feats. If you got something to say everything you can, as much as you can artistically, until you leave this planet. 100. That's such a great way to look at it, Kaylin. I appreciate you sharing that. Andy Ballas wrote, that's so beautifully put and very true. Appreciate you. Just going through a weird patch of self-doubt. Understood. Anti-Ballas continuing here. What's the best way to mic up an acoustic? Also, if you're in a room with a bit of ambient noise, is that a major issue if you're recording acoustic mic'd up? Anything with a live mic on it is an issue in a room that's noisy, because there's no amount of noise that's a good amount of noise. It's all bad, but I could tell you you could use anything. Like, doesn't matter how messed up a sound is, you could still make it work potentially, is the real point. However, it's better to have a room that has no noise in it, because then you don't have to deal with it. You don't have to worry about getting rid of it or it coming up when you want to do something to it. Like for acoustic, best way to mic it, in my opinion, is 2 mics, one slightly behind the sound hole. If you point it at the sound hole, you're going to get a weird, like, huge boost of air, kind of like a plosive, but from a guitar, every time it kicks sound out that sound hole. So ideally, I actually like a little behind the sound hole, or on an angle where it's off axis facing the sound hole, but like if the guitar is here and I'm strumming, like behind facing this way, or you could try slightly in front facing behind it. But one of the two. I try to put the mics in phase, meaning like they're both pointing in the same direction roughly. So that will work to get the mics closer to in phase. But if you have a plug-in like auto align, then it doesn't really matter. It'll line up the phase for you. So you can kind of put mics anywhere. And even if you mess it up, it'll be fine. But ideally, you get that one not on the sound hole, but behind it, like where your saddle is. Somewhere in there. Between the saddle and the strings is like a nice sweet spot, right? I'm sorry, the saddle and the sound hole, that's your sweet spot. And then on the other side, I like pointing it sort of at the 12th fret, like near, it kind of gets up by the finger section. So 12th fret-ish on the other side of it. So you've basically got your two mics, one getting more towards the back of the guitar and one getting towards the 12th fret area on the point. And you could use any mics, use whatever you got. You know, they all sound different, so do your thing. I kind of like a 441 Sennheiser dynamic on it, and I have two, so I could use two of those. But like a ribbon could be cool. Really, use anything you want. Use a mic you would use on vocals, like a 47 could be good, an 87, and the clones are all fine, like any of this stuff. A while ago, I used to use like this Bluebird on it, which is a large diaphragm condenser. You know, anything works. But try to do it in the most quiet room you can possibly find, or during the time of day that it's the most quiet. You know, I used to record a lot of stuff in the city, and there would be constant noise, like, you know, through the apartment window. Like, so you made the best of it. You got no choice. Kaylin, I hope that helped, by the way, Antibalas. And you're definitely not too old at 36 to do what you want with music. Kaylin wrote, I think many of us are at that point, regardless of age. It's one of the best and worst times to be creative. Would have a better answer for my... Yeah, he's referring to, you know, the thing of getting down on yourself or going through a rough patch. It's part of being human. No one's awesome all the time. You get ups and downs. Kaylin wrote, I'm a Gen Z in the box kid that has little knowledge on that stuff. Yep. Orchestra's a genie. Bill Withers is a songwriter giant. Yep, Bill Withers is a songwriting giant. Agreed. Some of the best songs ever. Use Me is one of my favorite songs. I don't know. It's just, his version is so funky. Love it. But he's got a lot of great songs. Grandma's Hands, amazing song. If you haven't heard it, you should check that out after the stream. Mr. Psychotronic Row, you can record the room and then subtract that from the mic recording. That's a great idea, too. I've done that tons of times. You set your mics up to record. Let me finish what he wrote in case he has something else. I do the same to remove tape hiss. It definitely depends on the ambient noise you're dealing with. Yep. If it's inconsistent, which is what it sounded like he was saying, like if it's like city cars driving by and stuff, it won't work as well. You can't do that. But if it's not, like if it's just a constant noise of the room or something, and you could set your mics up to record, you know, play whatever it is you're going to play. Then keep recording, but don't play. And take that sound and layer it on top. Like basically you have your tracks of you playing, you have your tracks of just the sound of the mics in the exact same position. You cannot move them. It's just you're using that recording and put it in the session, like right below it, and then flip the phase on that other stuff. That could help. There's also tons of plugins that help, like the C-Suite UAD stuff. If you have UAD, C-Suite is awesome for noise removal. I use it on my mic all the time because I can run the AC and stuff and nobody knows. You know, it's helpful. You try not to use it if you can help it, but it might kind of, if you use it sparingly enough, it's great. But if you have to use a lot of it because it's super noisy, nothing's really that good in that case. Clarity by Waves was okay, but I didn't love it. The C-Suite Universal plugins have been around for a while, and they're awesome. So I recommend those. Yeah. But, yo, Mr. Psychotronic, it's a great idea you had. I want just give you your flowers for that. That's awesome, man. Because, yeah, it's, you know, that's so solid of an idea to flip the phase to negate whatever it is that was in the room, and you can cancel out what was there. But only if it's consistent. That's the caveat. Orchestra's a genie. Depending on the style, a noisy room could boost the atmosphere you're after. It's true. If you wish a clean sound, closed mics are great. It's true. Some of my favorite recordings, I'll drop some obscure stuff. Grizzly Bear. Everything sounds like it was recorded in a giant house that creaks like a freaking, you know, haunted house. Every song on Vacotomist, I think that's how you say it, Vacotomist, sounds like that. And it sounds awesome. I love it. So you can get away with it. I had friends who used to record in this basement that sounded like a basement. And everything they did had a sound. It was cool. It worked for what they were doing. So, like, Don't worry. Like, lean into the problems. The other great thing, lean in. Whatever your problems, lean in. You got tape hiss, turn up the tape hiss, turn it into some weird white noise, and pan that stuff around. Like, put it on its own track. Weird stuff. Lean into the problems. There's no telling what I might do with a problem. I'm going to lean in, though. What else we got? Because if you can't take it out, leaning in is better than, like, than being upset about it. You might as well lean in if you can't get rid of it. But yeah, don't use super sensitive mics that are going to pick up the room either. Like, if you could use a dynamic mic way closer to where you're at, then that might be better than a large diaphragm condenser that's super sensitive. Yup. Antiballast, what I mean, like fan noise. Fan noise is nasty. You agree? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, happy to help, Antiballast. Happy to help, man. Any opinion on the loudness war? I love so many genres, but since I love blending electronic and metal, I'm kind of handicapped if I decide to not compete. No, you're not. The mix just has to be really good, and you don't worry about the loudness war. I wouldn't worry about that. Anybody who's super worried about loudness stuff because they've had a situation where they delivered a song that was mixed really well, but it was just too low and people didn't like that, you should get really friendly and work with a mastering engineer and invest in yourself, because that mastering engineer will tell you what's wrong and why you couldn't get the track louder, and they will be able to get it up to level, or they'll tell you why they can't. And that will be hugely important for mixers. I master stuff, but there's plenty of mastering engineers out there who, like, if I go to work on something that I can't make better than a certain point because of something I've been given, and I understand that the person wants to know why, I will tell them. Very often people don't want to know why, but so it's not like they'll all just tell you the problem. So you got to let them know that you could improve and you want to know what's wrong so that you can. And, like, if that's the case, they will tell you. And that will be very helpful, I think, for, getting past the fear. All right? Because it's a fear. Every song can't be the same volume. So stop trying to make a song that might be completely different as loud as another song. All you're doing is ruining your song. That's it. Don't sacrifice the feel in the song for loudness. That's my opinion. But at the same time, you need to deliver stuff that sounds good. And that might mean, part of it sounding good is it can't sound tiny and small. So if it sounds big and good, it doesn't matter if it's a couple dB lower than something else. Like, it really doesn't matter. That's what I'm saying. Whereas if it sounds bad, then it doesn't matter if it's really loud. None of that matters. It's not like loudness is going to make a bad mix good. It won't. And, being too quiet is only going to hurt you if it's too quiet for the wrong reasons. Got me? Hope that made sense. And wrong reasons being it wasn't mixed well enough. That's what I mean by wrong reasons. Fan noise. What do we got? Yeah, wow, I need to look. So Andy Ballas is... fan noise can be... So Mr. Psychotronic wrote, fan noise can be subtracted, but the subtraction can interfere with vocal. Yeah, it's the same thing with noise canceling software. Like, that's basically what it's doing. So if you hit a noise canceling thing, like C-Suite, it's called like Vocal or Vox or C-Suite Vox, something like that, for vocals. That one, if you use that and you hit it too hard, you'll notice you're losing top end and some clarity on the vocal. It's just part of it. But that might be fine. You might notice that only in solo. You put it in the track, sounds great. Or you can hear it, so you back off the amount of that. Well, you don't have all those abilities when you take the room sound by itself, put it up against whatever you recorded, and then flip the phase on it. But it still should cancel out a bunch of stuff if it's consistent. If it's not consistent, it won't help you. I can't stress that enough. Reefer and Reaper, what do we got? I can see you can be creative with it. Yeah. Yeah, some of the Chad Blake recordings that he did with Los Lobos that are so good are also so bad quality-wise. And they sound great because it doesn't matter. Ultimately, he took a thing and made a vibe out of it, so it didn't matter that it wasn't recorded in Ocean Way. Reefer and Reaper can subtract. Nice. I knew there was some, Reaper. Reaper does everything cool that other programs don't have. I don't know. I don't think Pro Tools has a stock one. I've never used it. If it does, all I've used is C Suite and the Clarity plugins and like Waves D-Reverb. You know, I've used all of them. The only one I use regularly is the C Suite stuff. That's why I mention it. Annie Ballas. I'm using an SM57 for it. Is that a good idea for the acoustic? Yeah, a 57's fine. A 57 will make it nice and punchy. It won't, because you don't need a ton of low end on it unless it's by itself. An acoustic by itself, you might need a lot of low end on it. But if it's just an acoustic with a vocal or something, you don't need much low end. A 57's perfect. Yeah, it might even be like you won't need much EQ potentially, depending on the guitar and everything else, but it could be great. And if you only have one mic and you're trying to wrestle with where to put it, you know, try both. Try up by the 12th fret, which could work. So kind of pointing towards the 12th fret or between the 12th fret and the sound hole, kind of up there. And then also try between the sound hole and the saddle and see what you prefer. I always use two, so it's kind of tough to judge. But if I was going to use one, it would probably be the one slightly in front of the sound hole rather than behind it. Because depending on how you play the guitar, like what you're doing, there may be some things you want to capture from an acoustic, like hammer-ons and stuff, so you want to be up more by the neck. You know, on the 12th fret, you'll get maybe more of that, whereas the one way back pointing there may not. Anyway. Depends on how much, you know, string noise and stuff you want to get too. So it's also all relative right here. I wrestle with it because it's more of a question of what so this is Kaylin wrote, I wrestle with it because more of a question of what I'm competing with is so squished. You're right, sacrificing dynamics and impact for a couple dB is counterproductive. Yeah, it's terrible. Yeah, I wouldn't, it's a question of what you're competing with is so squished. Yeah, some of it's squished, but it might be squished in the right way. Like learning how to squish without making stuff sound bad is its own art form. You know, but I like to err on the side of less squished in general, if I can help it. Some songs you can't help it. Orchestra agrees with Kaylin, and Kaylin wrote orchestra. It's tough knowing where to preserve dynamics versus giving energy with mastering techniques for the genre. Yeah, that's the point. Is like leave the loudness to mastering is the truth, man. If the mix is in shape, you can get away from thinking that you always need to deal with to make it super, super loud. Like just if the mix is in shape, and what I mean by that is like you don't have a huge crest factor where the kicks and snares are peaking so loud and the music and everything else is kind of like there's no body. If the mix is in good shape, you don't have to worry about loudness and it can be handled in mastering very well. Whereas if the mix is not in good shape, you run into issues because you can't get loud without chopping off tons of transient, which eventually makes things sound bad. Like, you know, you got all these kicks and snares way above everything else or too pokey, not saturated and kind of blended, not low enough, you know, because you can make things lower when they're saturated. They still sound loud. So it depends how saturated, you know, there's sweet spots. So I'm just listening now to those room mics with no compression.
I should have known that I'd be addicted to your poison. I should have known that.
Verses sound good, man. It's when the drummer plays a certain part. Sometimes you're mixing stuff that's really hard to mix, and it's because of the freaking part that was played. It's not your fault. This is why us engineers have such a hard time with certain drummers.
I have died at a
So I went 5 dB up. I'm going to actually raise it another 4 dB. And the reason I'm doing this is because the compression was actually bringing the perceived level up so much on the rooms that I need to be able to compensate and tell the difference of what's better. I have to raise it almost 9 dB.
I should have known then.
I brought it down. I just want... So, do you notice that? This is actually a little too hot, but this right here was pretty close. I'm sorry, when I went up 5 dB, it was still a little too low. So 4 dB was too much. Let's push it. I'm trying to get it to be close to the same volume so that I can judge. 2.5. All right. So now we went up from negative 10.9 to negative 3.4, which is 7.5 dB, approximate. So the cymbals stick out more, don't they? I mean, in my opinion, right? They stick out so much more. We'll go a little more than that. When they're compressed, they stick out more. Now, in my opinion, I don't like cymbals. So that's where I battle. 4 dB was too much. 2.5 wasn't enough. Let's go 3.3. All right, so this is comparison. Focus on how much room sound you hear too, because this is what's going on. Is we're hearing more cymbal, let's say, but we're losing the rest. In other words, you compress overheads, what you get is, this is why I don't do it, right? Because the drum sound itself in the lows, which is a big part of what I love about room sounds, room mics, gets lost when you compress, because you wind up getting more of the top, and then you can't make it as loud because the top then sounds this unnatural and too much. You get too much that bright top end of the cymbals happening, and you lose the bottom. Whereas when I look at this, that's what I'm feeling with this, is like the cymbals feel the right volume to me with the compression on. But when I take the compression off and I make it 7.5 dB louder or whatever, it feels like I get the drums to sound more the way I want. They're bigger because we're hearing more room mics, and the cymbals come down is what it feels like. So it's as if we're taking a shelf and taking the cymbals down, but we're not, because we're not losing any of the it's a room sound. It's already kind of dark. So taking down the top even more would be like, I don't like that idea so much. So when I come in here, that's where I'm leaning towards taking the compression off now, because their cymbals sound more natural, but we also get more natural sounding room mics. And that's in comparison to this.
I should've known then that you were gonna draw me in. I should've known then I'd be addicted to your poison. I should've known then when I could never ever get you ever out of my mind. I should've known then I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours and
So I can get away with these room mics being literally 10 dB louder. You know, think of that as negative 0.9. And where they started before with compression for me to be okay and satisfied with it was here. With these things on, negative 10.9. So it's so interesting. It says a lot of things. It says there's a lot of vibe happening on the B compressors itself. They do a lot. They make a lot of noise. However, I don't necessarily think the song sounds as big without those rooms really cranked. You get this, everything sort of has a place to live when the rooms are big, whereas the other way, the drums sound smaller and maybe the cymbals stick out more, but it's not in a better, the balance of cymbals to drums in the room is not right, whereas it's right with the room mics freaking loud and the compressor's off. So I'm glad we had that conversation just so I could revisit this and notice that this freaking thing being on is preventing me from turning the room mics up. And now I'm feeling better about it. I really turned them up too. I was like, I need to keep cranking.
Be addicted to your poison. I should have known then. Be addicted to your die. Dance with you. Dance with you. Never get another chance. I have died.
I want to turn this up a little bit. 1.5 dB.
I should've known then that you were gonna draw me in. I should've known then I'd be addicted to your poison.
Yup, I'm feeling this now. Those room mics on the drums just give things a place to sit. And it's interesting how it's like our tastes hold so strong that even when we try to fight against them, they always come back. Like, I tried to push away my normal thing to do, which is never compress rooms and overheads. And then I'm fighting with this song yesterday. And on that stream, I was just like upset at the cymbal sound a little. I was upset at the part the drummer played, right? That's all. I was upset at the open hat just being such a freaking hammer on a just keep banging that cymbal without closing it. And there's just something about that made me realize, I was like, okay, I got to do something different. So that's just why I experimented with that, but I'm happy now. It's better to bring them up. It's one of my favorite, like Brendan O'Brien's drum sound is largely room mics. It's a big part of why the drum sounds so natural on a lot of his records. So if you're ever thinking like, where's my drum sound? Where are your room mics? Can you juice the goose with those? Don't overcompress them. Just, bring them up and get the natural sound of the room in the track. Give things a place to sit. So, yeah. What do we got? Where were we? Sorry, what were our questions? Is it good to practice? Here we go. Anti-ballast. Sorry, I have one more question. Is it good to practice double track your acoustic takes? Sure. You could double track acoustics. I'm a guitarist. I would double track an acoustic, absolutely. Because even if you have two mics, don't separate them and pan one left and one right. Wherever you record the two mics, like you have two mics on your guitar, if it's one performance, move it together. You could treat it like one track. Don't treat it like one left, one right, or you get this weird seasick feeling because it's not meant to be split up as far as I'm concerned. Multiple performances are meant to be split up. It's not meant to be split up if it's multi-mic'd. That might work on a drum set because you're creating this picture of the drums, whereas on an acoustic, two mics or one, let's say you have two mics, you pan that left, do another performance, pan it right, now you got something beautiful going on. But as long as it's two performances. What do we got? I've just recently hit a sweet spot of what you're talking about with being squished, right? I uploaded a couple of things to YouTube and said, this is not it. Exactly. I've over smushed stuff that later I was like, I should not have done that. And I feel like you really have to get to a point where you say to yourself, I didn't do enough on this, and nobody ever gets there. Nobody has ever said, I haven't done enough to this mix. Like I should have hit stuff. I should have added more plugins. I should have added more stuff. Nobody ever says that. Everyone says, I added too much. So that's what I'm saying. Look at it. Try to say the first thing that nobody says, and you'll be way better off. Kaylin Kibler had to rework my master bus and how I mixed it into it. And I'm so pleased with mixes I'll be posting soon. The elusive mix glue is starting to make sense. Yeah. Mix glue is its own thing. Let's look at that real quick. I just want to point out, I've got tape saturation first, All right. And I'm going into these plugins with very little level. Then I got the sidecar doing 2 dB. So 2 dB up here, roughly, something like that. Maybe between 2 and 3 at most in the loudest parts. This mic DSP is doing like 3 dB, about halfway. All right. So not a whole lot at most. And then Gold Clip's doing hardly nothing, probably. Clipping 0.1 because it's all happening on the ML4. I'm just using this as like a final stage limiter. And there's nothing else on at the moment. And it's plenty loud. It's plenty freaking loud. Like, plenty loud. It's probably between -8. It's probably -8 LUFS, negative something like that. I don't know. -8 to 9 LUFS, I would guess. Because I could tell it's loud. And does it need to be louder than that? It doesn't even need to be that loud. Like a mix could be -12 LUFS and it sounds great. So be it. You know, trust me. What do we got? Mix Bus Magic. This is my tape saturation. And it's just a particularly interesting flavor, and it softens the top, which I like. So I don't want to listen to something and be like, I can't turn this up because it's painful on the top end. And when I use some sort of saturation, it tames the top a little bit. I don't always use it, but lately I've been putting it on and been like trying to take an in-the-box mix and be happy with it. To me means not anything that's annoying on the top end. Like nothing that hurts when I try to crank on the top end. So something like that really helps. It makes it where, I mean, it sounds to me better to my ear than just putting like an EQ on. But Goodhertz does the same thing. Like the Toop plugin, like I use a bunch. ATR 102, Studer. They all have their strengths. The Mix Head by Make Believe is great. They all have strengths, you know. And the Mix Head I actually use when I want more brightness on the top. So I'll use different ones for different things. The 3348 is good for taming stuff on top, but the Mix Head's good for brightness on top.
Addicted to your poison. I should have known then. When I could never ever get you ever out of my mind. I should have.
Let's see what anything else I missed in here. Yeah, Mixglue, try different things too. It's funny, the Skynet's chiming in here. Like try different mix bus combinations, but when you find one, realize that they will. I made a video on this recently. Like they all sound different. They're all fine. That's the other part of it. It's like some have certain strengths that you might prefer on one song compared to another. But if you were working in the hardware world, odds are you don't have every piece of gear that you have in plug-in form. So you shouldn't treat it like you do. Like you shouldn't use 7 or 8 different things and audition like, you know, this EQ into this compressor and this one and just audition for audition. Like it's not always helpful. I did that to see if the sidecar had a magic that like I couldn't get on other things. And in doing that, I realized that each combination I use, and I used 7 different ones, I said each of these actually like could be the one someone would pick as better. Because as I was listening, without knowing which ones they were, I was like, in the chorus, I like this one. You know, this sounds to me better than all these other versions in the chorus a little bit. But in the verse, this one sounds better. And then overall, this one sounds better. If I had to take like, you know, it's between front to back, it's the most cohesive. And then, so there's this weird thing where like they will, in a place where you never were blind testing back and forth like that, they'd all sound they'd all be passable and be fine. You would have a mix that leans towards the direction of those plugins because they all have a different sound. Like every plugin has a little bit of an inherent sound built into it, except for ones that do nothing, you know, like that are supposed to be clean. Like Pro Q3 comes to mind. The rest have, you know, they have a thing. So just find a thing you like. And then, you know, if you're going to audition that and one other, or that and 2 others at most, and then which do you like better, call it a day. But if they're not level matched, and it's very hard to level match unless you print the tracks and then grab a section of it and then throw it into a loudness analyzer or something and, you know, figure out over that 15 seconds what it is and level match like crazy meticulously. Unless you do that, you're not even, it's not even level matched. I hate to say it. So, and even then, it's not level matched. It's just, so it's really tough to even level match. But once you've level matched stuff, okay, and got it where like, okay, now at least all the versions are reading the same thing from the same start to end point. All right, now what? Which is better? I guarantee you'll pick different ones. Maybe even on different days, you may pick different ones, like depending on where your head's at, where your preference is that day. So that's what I mean by they're all different. They will all work. You don't have to stress about it. That's the truth. So does this have a magic, the sidecar? It works on a lot of things for me, and I have a confidence in it and a faith. So it has some kind of magic that I find worth it. It has, like, I have a faith in it. But at the same time, if I didn't have this plugin anymore, I'd be fine. I'd be mixing the same exact way tomorrow using a curve bender into an unfair child. Like, it wouldn't matter, is my point. I would make it work with some other combination of stuff. I'd use, a MAG EQ into an API 2500. I'd find something to make it work, just like this. So everyone should realize that it's possible with whatever gear you have. You don't have to keep buying stuff either. Only do that if you want to. Kaylin wrote, my brain could be tricking me, but the vocals also seem to come through better as well as certain vowels and such. So that's an interesting point. This comes back to the point where everything's related. So that means if the cymbals are too in your face, for example, they're taking up space that the vocals could be living in. And as a result, when you clear out some of that consistent ringing of cymbals that might linger at 6K or 8K, or you're bringing back vocal air now that lives at the same 6 to 8K. It's all connected. Everything in the song. You take away a little bit of the 6 to 8 on a snare, you're giving it to something else. It's all works like that. So if I make the cymbals less annoying because there's less lingering stuff holding in that zone, the vocals will absolutely get a little clearer. It's all part of it. Nothing is in a vacuum. Zero things are in a vacuum. Orchestra, that's a really good point, Caitlin. Honestly, solid point. Orchestra Zagini wrote, it certainly gets there more and more. My last comment referring to your mix you're working on right now. Yeah, man, I'm with you. And I appreciate the love. I appreciate the replies, the love, the whole thing. But yeah, so anyone who didn't catch it, I took compression off the room mics. And in taking compression off the room mics, which was something I did earlier on to try to solve some other problem, took compression off it, and it wasn't hitting it very hard, but it was hitting it with the SSL B, and the B is a little bit vibey, so the compressor does have a sound and adds a bunch. Taking that off allowed me to turn the room mics up by 10 dB, and the sound was significantly better. It did a lot. It actually took away from some stuff that was, like Kaylin was saying, stepping on some vocal stuff. Interesting. But yeah, and while I was doing it, I was just thinking, I like the sound of these room mics. It's a shame we can't make them louder. And when you compress the rooms, you are making the cymbals sound unnatural, and that's what was happening. It happens. That's why I don't lean on compressing rooms or overheads. I think it's a move you can only do if you've got the right mic set up, and one of them may be dedicated for that, and you can smash it, like John Bonham style, Glyn Johns, mic outside the room kind of thing. You can do that. You got to have a dedicated mic for that. It's probably not your balanced pair of overheads or your balanced pair of room mics.
I could never be your friend. I should have known then. I'd never get another dance with you. I should have known then. I'd never get another chance to dance with you. Never get another
Just brought them down 0.8. Because once you're focused on something, you take your focus away from it, that'll tell you a lot too. So now that we're sitting pretty with that, I just want to check this harmony coming up in the choruses and make sure it's nice. Like, because I want to hear it. It makes the chorus have like a chord. Yo, you're 100% right, Stelios. The best plugin for rooms and overheads, UA Sound City. It depends if you need that. Like, in my opinion, you don't need UA Sound City unless you have a very dead sounding room. Then it works really well. This room is a good sounding room, and the overheads sound good. And I don't need more room in these overheads or these. So it depends. But I do love that plugin, Stelios, for it's my, like, the stuff I mix that's done in very dry, dead rooms. I love Sound City. I recommend it highly. It's awesome because it makes it sound like it wasn't done in a little tiny dead room. But sometimes, like I said, you got problems, you lean into it. You might have a very cool sounding, drum sound because you have this very dead sound. And once you put it in like Sound City plugin, you don't get that. But so it's give and take, but I do love it. Also, Talkback Limiter from Cornef is something I will reach for. Nice job, Evan. Hello from Greece. Thanks, Delios. I appreciate you stopping by, man. And Talkback Limiter, that's interesting. That's probably the Talkback mic on a console, like when left latched open, and the craziness that you get from that. That's probably a very cool way to create like a crushed sound mixed in with the drums. That's got to be cool. I dig that. Something like that, like if you could change the sound of that and create this mono crush sound and blend it in, that could be great too. I love that idea. It's an awesome sound. Depends on the track, of course. Kaylin Kibler wrote, hope your live streams get more engagement over time. People 30 years ago would have killed for this kind of back and forth and knowledge without crazy connections. Appreciate what you do, Evan. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. I hope it goes the way you say, man. I really do, because it's fun for me to do, and I love the answering questions, the chat, the whole back and forth. I love making everyone feel like they're in a giant studio and they're in their own room, and they get to pop in and see what's up in other rooms and just kind of breathe in the community that we're in, man. It's a cool community of people like us who care about music. So you're the man, and everybody who checks the stuff out, you're the man. Everybody in the chat's awesome. I appreciate you hitting the like button. Subscribe if you haven't already. All this stuff is awesome. We're about to finish this out. I'm going to print the final version here. Yeah, when the room's recorded at Stelios, exactly. When the room's recorded well, no compression, absolutely. That's what's going on here. The room mics are Ribbon Royer 121s. The room was nice and big, and they sound cool. So the last thing I want to do is ruin that. Orchestra Road, it's truly amazing what we can witness here. It's great talking with you guys. Priceless, in fact. Thank you. I appreciate you saying that. And it's true for everybody. Like, everybody who's adding to this, he's not just talking to me. He's talking to all you guys too. But I feel like what we're doing is special because we got plenty of people out there who mix alone all day, who don't have people to answer questions and talk to and have a back and forth. And we're bringing it to you live. We're making sure that everybody's got an outlet for, their own brain when they're just spending all day mixing stuff, beating themselves up about stuff not sounding good. Like, it's all part of what we do. And you can't let, the fact that you're alone all day get to you. And it's just part of it. There's people around when there are, and the rest of the time, good luck. And you don't have to be on your own. You come through over here. I'm doing this all the time. So anybody who wants to drop stuff in there, throw it in the chat, be part of this community, talk about the sessions you're mixing, you're working on. It's awesome. All of it. It's all welcome. Anything audio related, it's all welcome. All right. So let us print this, and I'm going to listen to it right now. You guys get to hear it. And if there's anything else that I need to do to it, I don't imagine there will be. Hopefully there isn't. I plan on, I recommend this, so I'm going to do my thing that I tell everybody. Tomorrow, fresh ears. Listen to the thing that you did, that you spent time on once. Take notes in your head while it's happening. You could write it down if you want, but I think it's better almost if you don't, so that you just hear the important stuff that you need to remember as it's going. Okay, I want to change this. You'll create a short list if you don't write it down. It'll be short. One time through, whatever you heard that you want to change, make those tweaks, then you call it done. That's a huge thing, and it's a habit you got to get into because you cannot tweak forever. It doesn't actually help. Whereas what it speaks to you when you have clean head, fresh ears, like mix tweaks should be quick. That second day is quick. But it has to happen once you're done. Like, if you didn't automate yet, or you didn't, you didn't do like 8 things you wanted to do, you're not done. So I'm talking about when you think you're done. Like right now, I think I'm done. I'm still going to listen tomorrow, fresh ears. And then if there's anything after one pass, make those tweaks, and then I print it. That's it. Done. Like, you don't have to listen 2, 3, 10 times, make tweaks, go to the car 100 times. Like, it's not actually helpful. You'll learn everything you have to do by making that first set of listen back, tweaks, and then calling it done. When you play that 2 months from now, 3 months from now, you'll learn everything you possibly could have learned from that song by listening to whatever it is you did. You'll learn the same amount no matter how many times you do it. That's the truth. It's like, move on to the next one. Because if you do more songs, you'll learn more. That's the key. All right, so let's print one of these. Hold on. Come in here. All right, we got Wave 1314. Just make sure we're in the right place. Nearly 2496 MP3. This is all good. Okay. All right, I'm going to pop the mic off, and then we're going to print it, and then I'll be back in here doing our closing statement. So anybody got anything, throw it in the chat. We'll wrap it up as soon as this thing's done printing. It's going to be awesome. So take a listen. This is the song Died and Gone to Hell. So let's check it out. Here we go.
The chance with you, should've known that I could never be your friend. I I should've known then I'd never get another dance with you. I should've known then I'd never get another chance to dance with you. Never get another chance to dance with you. Never get another chance. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I should've known then that you were gonna draw me in. I should've known then I'd be addicted to your poison. I should've known then when I could never ever get you ever out of my mind. I should've known then that I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I should've known then that you were gonna try to fuck me over again. I should've known then that I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died.
And we're back. I hope you guys dig it because I'm feeling it in here. It started to sound exactly what I'm trying to achieve with this thing. Just some raw emotions coming through on it. The choruses have a build, picks up for me. I'm digging it. It gets pretty crazy at the end there. I'm liking it. Overall, I'm liking it. That one listen tomorrow is going to tell me a lot. And as far as volume goes, sometimes I like it doesn't matter what the volume is, but it might be worth showing people what it is sometimes. This one is, if I analyze it, negative 8.2 LUFS. So that is totally fine in terms of the LUFS. The true peak is negative 0.1. None of this stuff, I tell you the truth, the true peak doesn't matter unless your song has other problems. Like if you're sitting in the meter where the freaking thing is clipping like crazy, if you're over 0, then the true peak matters, obviously. But if you're not, if it's just, every once in a blue it goes over on a crack of a snare drum or something, don't worry about it. That's the truth. Like it doesn't matter to that level. It matters if the thing's messed up, but it would matter anyway. If true peak didn't even exist, it would matter. You get what I'm saying? If it's messed up. But if you're in the ballpark where, don't worry about levels of volume. Like 8.2 is loud for me, but this song lends itself to that because it's dense. There's a lot in it. And it's just a weird kind of, it's a song that has it's got volume, but it doesn't need to. It could also, it's arguable that you could make a great mix and also have it be low, and then if it's a good enough mix, you could bring it up during mastering a little bit and you'll be solid. So just don't aim for loudness. So I just wanted to rehash that one time. I do want to thank everybody for checking this out. If you haven't seen any live streams yet, we do literally start to finish mixes. And the goal for me is to break them down into watchable sessions, but also to create a place where people can jump in and be part of a community of other people who mix and work on music on the regular. And they love, whether it's engineering or songwriting, whatever it is you do, you produce, you're all welcome over here to talk about audio. Jump in the chat, talk about what you worked on today, or something that bugged you with whatever you were doing, or whatever it is, or something you figured out that you like. It could be anything, honestly. I love the conversation. I think everybody here benefits from it to some degree, no matter what it is. You sometimes learn from the most interesting places. So yeah, it's I love doing this. So stop by when you see me going live, which typically around 8 p.m., but lately it's been later. On the weekends, I have a tendency to make it a little later. After this is over, I plan on figuring out what the Discord invite link is so I can throw that in there, and the conversation can continue on Discord, which is new for us. We just set that thing up. So me and GDP are excited about it. We will figure out how to use it as you guys tell us how to use it. We will figure out how to use it. It's going to be great. I hope you like this mix. This was definitely a longer one when I combined this with yesterday. And some mixes are longer than others, bottom line. Some can be done quick, some take a while. And you never know going in which ones are going to be which. You can try to predict it, and you'd be wrong. I was wrong many times trying to guess how long something would take. The ones you think are going to be taking forever always take no time. The ones that take no time, you think, or take forever. It's funny. But it's just the way it is. We got, let's finish up here. What do we got? So this is closing comments. If anybody's got stuff, throw it in there. But Stelios, I love this idea of a mic, like, or a plug-in or something that emulates the talkback limiter on a desk. That is so cool. That's such a good idea. Because if anybody's ever been in a studio, when they hit that talkback mic, the room gets super loud so that the people behind the desk, like, on the couch in the back, so you could hear everything. If you've ever been in a live room, when they hit that button, it's, all of a sudden the whole room comes up. It's a very unique, weird sounding, super crushed limiter kind of thing. It'd be very cool to have that to be able to turn a room mic into one of those without just slamming it through some kind of compressor pretty hard, which is what I've done in the past to kind of try to achieve it. It never really sounds like that exactly. It'd be cool. That'd be awesome. Because they sort of need, you need the room sound it's in too. Like if you have a really, really tight, dead sounding room, you're never really going to get that from it. You could try by putting it into Ocean Way or something and then slamming it with something to try to create that. But in my opinion, something that focused on that could do it really nicely. So that's really cool to know that exists. I'd be curious what company that is. If you could throw it in there before the stream's over, that'd be awesome. I'm curious. But yeah, Orchestra Zany wrote, it's truly amazing what we're going to. Yeah, no, it's great talking to all you guys too. Later, Orchestra, you're awesome. Thanks for taking part in this stream. I'm definitely going to thank everyone right now who's been part of this. Kaylin wrote, track is sounding great, by the way. Thank you, man. The songwriting itself is nice. What I lurked yesterday or the day before, and you've got this track in a peak version of what it can be. Thank you, man. Oh, that's awesome. I really appreciate that. Kaylin wrote, gotta finish tracks. Can't fully learn and improve if you don't. So true. So true. Mr. Psychotronic, you need a I'm gonna print this now jingle. It's true. I should hit a button and it should just make some weird animated version of something dancing. Should be GDP in a plane flying across the screen while this thing prints. That would be amazing. We got to work on that. Thanks for the suggestion there. Orchestra Zajani wrote, the guys in the band will be pleased. It's a great tight mix that still leaves lots of air and dynamics. See, I'm no rock guy, but it sounds just right to me. That's awesome, man. I really appreciate that, Orchestra. You're the man. Thank you for taking part in this. Seriously. And Kaylin wrote, looking forward to being back soon to talk more shop. Always so much to learn from everyone. And I agree 100%. You guys made this awesome. So I want to thank everyone who took part in this real quick. Let me run the list. We got plenty of thanks to be given right now. Plenty of thanks. Let's I'm going to switch to the close-up jam. And what do we got? We got Orchestra Zajani, Kaylin, and I definitely going to get, it's Kaylin Kibler, 6049. Nice. Mr. Psychotronic, Stelios Leosti, 1108. The whole name is coming out tonight. Stelios, you're the man, and you know that. Also, allow me to say goodbye from GDP. He sent me a thing that says he's in the air, flying safely, and he's on his way back. He's on his way back home to Japan. So GDP Madrid is now en route to GDP Japan, and he appreciates you guys as always. We both appreciate you guys coming through, doing the thing, and he just wants to say his goodbyes. So that's his goodbyes. And then we got Antibolus 79. We got, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Anybody I pronounce wrong, I apologize. What do we got? We got, wow, I remember GDP's been in the airport for a while as I look back at this. And some of the chat disappears, like they don't let you go all the way back to the beginning, unfortunately. I wish they did, but they don't. Jimmy Quail, you're the man. Thanks for joining. All you guys are awesome. You're all part of this awesome community, this growing community. Alex Christoph Drums, you're the man also. He's been a part of a lot of the streams. A lot of you guys have seen a bunch, and I really appreciate that. This is the 17th stream. Audio Guy 1994. How could I forget about you? We got Toeman 7729. We got, what do we got? As I flip through, flipping. And I don't know if it'll let me get, how could I forget? We also got VCO Beats. VCO Beats for the first time came through tonight. That's awesome. And GDP threw some yen into the chat in the beginning. That was awesome. That was a first. I think it was yen. I'm pretty sure it's yen. And what else we got? We got, yep, I think I said Alex Christoph already. Yeah, so we have a solid list tonight of people who are awesome in this growing community of amazingness. So all you guys, everybody I mentioned, Alex Christoph, Toman, Audio Guy, and everybody else, Jimmy Quail, Mr. Psychotronic, Kaylin Kibler, Orchestra Zajani, everybody. You guys are all awesome. Stelios Leosti. And anybody I may have forgot, I sincerely apologize, but I will make sure to get you on the next one. So thank you for watching. Stay tuned for the Discord link, because I will pop that in as soon as I figure out how to copy it. And I'll throw that in the comments of this video. And I'll also put it in the YouTube community most likely. So check that. And Orchestra, I'll let them know you said that. GDP Japan will be appreciative. All the best. That's awesome. You guys are the best. We're really doing it over here. We're doing it. Always so much to learn from everyone indeed. That's a great way to end this thing right there. I feel like we should all realize one thing, okay? We're in a position to make amazing music, and we can connect with people if we let ourselves. People work better when they learn little bits all the time. You can always learn more, and you never know where you're going to pick up that little extra piece of information. Everybody has something to offer. That's the truth. So you guys are amazing. I'm going to take off right now, so catch me on the next one, most likely tomorrow, because we're on a hot streak. I want to see how long I can push this thing. This is the third day in a row, the third stream in a row. So check that out. It's going to be awesome. All right, everybody can do this. Keep that in mind too. Mixing is something everybody can do. All you have to do is literally sit down, do it, and force yourself to finish. Don't just go on forever. That's how you get there. That's how you learn more. That's the move. So if there's a secret, that's it. You guys are awesome. Evan Jaffe, Custom Cut Studios. I'll catch you guys in the next one. You guys got this. Thanks for watching. Take it easy.